Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament, direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. In light of the recent tragedy in Queensland, I wish to make a statement at the first opportunity in the meeting of this House. On Monday, 2 police officers reported to duty and they never came home. Constable Matthew Arnold and Constable Rachel McCrow paid the ultimate sacrifice to keep our community safe. They served with honour and bravery. To the neighbour Alan Dare, who also tragically lost his life, you'll be remembered as a hero. To the families and friends of the victims and the police community as a whole, this House is grieving with you. We're indebted to our police officers and emergency service personnel who every day go to work, risking their lives to serve and protect our communities. I understand it is the wish of the House following the bill debate today there will be a condolence motion moved by the Prime Minister with the Leader of the Opposition, reflecting on this tragic event. There will be an opportunity, of course, for all members to contribute to this motion. As a mark of respect in the memory of Constable Matthew Arnold, Constable Rachel McCrow and Alan Dare, I ask all members present to rise in their places. I thank the House. I present the following Auditor-General's audit reports for 2023. Number 8, Financial Statements Audits of the financial statements of Australian government entities for the period ended June 30, 2022. Number 9, Performance Audit Management of Cyber Security Supply Chain Risks, Australian Federal Police, Australian Taxation Office, Department of Foreign Affairs. I've received messages from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the arrangement of business for this sitting in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
I'll give the call to the Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. This motion will provide for the arrangement of business in the House for today's sitting. There will only be 2 items of business for today. The first, the Energy Price Relief Plan Bill, which the Treasurer will introduce immediately after the passing of this motion, if it passes. And secondly, as the Speaker has foreshadowed, a condolence motion relating to the brutal murders on Monday of Queensland Police Constables Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold, as well as Mr Alan Dare. The proposed motion allows for debate on the Energy Price Relief Plan Bill until midday today, which is the latest we can pass the bill in order for it to be before the Senate when the Senate begins sitting at 1 p.m, as it is scheduled to do. I want to thank members of the House who have engaged so constructively with the government, both in relation to the substantive legislation we are here to debate, but also the procedural arrangements that are contained in this motion to facilitate passage of the bill and provide the Australian community with the price relief that it so desperately needs. The arrangements in relation to the bill will be as follows. The Treasurer will introduce the bill. The second reading debate will continue immediately after the introduction of the bill. The Treasurer and the first opposition speaker will be given 10 minutes to speak. All other speakers will be given 5 minutes to allow for as many speakers as we can get through in the allotted time. If the second reading debate hasn't concluded by 11:15 a.m, all remaining questions to complete the second reading will then be put. And if the second reading is agreed to, we will move immediately to consideration in detail, with amendments being moved and dealt with as follows: 1 block for the government, 1 block for the opposition and 1 block per crossbench member. The question will be put on each set of amendments, each block of amendments, after 10 minutes of debate on each block. And if consideration in detail has not concluded by 12 midday, all remaining questions to complete the passage of the bill will be put. As I've indicated, we will then move to a motion moved by the Prime Minister relating to the deaths of the young Queensland Police Constables Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold, as well as Mr Alan Dare. It's anticipated that that motion will be followed, of course, by the Leader of the Opposition, and other members will then be able to give statements to that motion until 1:30 p.m, at which time the motion will be referred to the Federation Chamber for further statements when we come back next year. When that motion has been dealt with at 1:30, the House will then suspend until the ringing of the bells. The House will remain suspended while the Senate considers the Energy Price Relief Plan bill. If there are no Senate amendments to the bill, the House will resume after completion of the Senate debate and then immediately adjourn. If the Senate does amend the bill, the House will resume to consider any Senate amendments to the bill, and after that will then adjourn without debate. Now, Mr Speaker, we don't undertake this process lightly. It's not done lightly. It's done against the backdrop of the most serious global energy crisis the world has seen at least since the mid-1970s, an energy crisis driven by a brutal invasion by Russia of Ukraine, and an energy crisis that is playing out in every single economy on the face of the planet. Now, we might, over the course of today or this motion, argue the political toss, but every single member in this House, I think, knows how hard this crisis is hitting our nation, hitting Australian households, hitting Australian manufacturers and hitting other Australian business. And we have the clearest advice that if the parliament does not act now, prices will climb even higher and households and businesses will suffer even more. As members know full well, this parliament is convening to action a plan that was negotiated with state and territory governments exhaustively over many weeks and agreed last week at the National Cabinet meeting on Friday, agreed by all National Cabinet members, Liberal and Labor alike, as important and urgent, involving complementary action, particularly by the Queensland and New South Wales governments, one Labor, one Liberal, both containing the black coal generators in the national electricity market, including action by the New South Wales Parliament. It's a plan that the energy agencies have been involved in intimately and have advised all of us is needed urgently, particularly because the default market offer is in its final stages of preparation. And the Australian community now rightly expects us to do our job and to deliver the plan that was agreed at National Cabinet. Now, the Manager of Opposition Business has put about a slightly different view over recent days. He says he wants a committee, not to deliver the plan. He wants a committee to muse on this, to consider it further and maybe to return to it in February, when, as we know, the default market offer will already be locked and loaded. And perhaps we shouldn't be surprised, at least on this side of the House, given the former government failed to land a single energy plan from 22 different attempts. But, Mr Speaker, that will not be our approach. That will not be our approach. This plan has been worked through exhaustively, agreed by all state and territory governments, Labor and Liberal alike, and now it needs to be implemented. We cannot let the nation continue to be held hostage to the coalition's internal divisions on energy policy, which has paralysed the energy transition for a decade. Now, Mr Speaker, recalling Parliament and dealing with a bill in a single day is not usual. We understand that. The Prime Minister and his National Cabinet colleagues have stressed that this extraordinary global energy crisis requires extraordinary, determined and urgent action. But as those opposite know, this procedure might be unusual, but it is far from unique. Far from unique. Last Parliament, 19 different bills were introduced and passed through the parliament in a single day. 19 different bills in the last parliament introduced and passed through both houses of parliament in a single day. Now, a number of them, admittedly, were related to the COVID response, and we supported that. But you'll remember those opposite will remember that one of them dealt with that hoary old chestnut favourite of the coalition, the Australian Building and Construction Commission, introduced, passed through both houses of parliament in a single day. And in the parliament before that, 4 bills were dealt with, introduced and passed through both houses of parliament in a single day, as the Prime Minister reminds me, one of them dealing with strawberry contamination. But interestingly, one of those bills in 2019 was also about energy assistance. One of those bills in 2019 was a bill to introduce one-off payments to help concession card holders and pensioners with energy prices, not to deal with a once-in-a-generation global energy crisis, mind you, instead to get something through in time for the former member for Cook to call a general election. Always playing politics, always dealing with these things for partisan advantage instead of the national interest. Well, Mr Speaker, Australia needs this bill passed urgently. The Australian community expects the parliament to do its job and to implement the Australian government's side of the bargain struck at National Cabinet last week, and this motion will ensure that we do just that.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business. Members on my right, this is interjecting.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I move as an amendment to the motion moved by the Minister the following. 1. Omit all words in paragraphs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 15 and 17. 2. Insert new paragraph 1A as follows. That as the first priority for the House there be a condolence motion in relation to the deaths of Queensland Police Constables Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold and Mr Alan Dare, and add the following words at the start of paragraph 1, quotes, as its second item of business, close quotes. 3. Insert new paragraph 3 as follows, that the question on the second reading of the Treasury Laws Amendment Energy Price Relief Plan Bill 2022 not be put until such time as every other member wishing to speak on the question has spoken for up to 15 minutes as provided for under Standing Order 1. 4. Insert new paragraph 4 as follows, that any question put during the consideration in detail stage of the bill not be put until such time as every other member wishing to speak on an amendment has spoken for up to 5 minutes as provided for under Standing Order 1. 5. Insert new paragraph 5 as follows, that question time be conducted from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. or until such time as 22 questions have been asked and answered, whichever is first. And 6. Insert new paragraph 6 as follows, that after question time or when no further members rise to speak, if earlier, provided that a message from the Senate has not been received in relation to the Treasury Laws Amendment Energy Price Relief Plan Bill 2022, the House suspending until the ringing of the bells. The opposition is moving this amendment for very important reasons. And our first element of this amendment is that as its first priority, this House should be dealing with a condolence motion on the deaths of Queensland Police Constables Rachel McCrow, Matthew Arnold and Mr Alan Dare, that we ought to spend our time on that as our first priority, reflecting the priorities of the Australian people, before we then turn to the other matters that the government has brought before the House. Now, Mr Speaker, there is no other word for it. The government's approach to this bill has been absolutely appalling. It is seeking to treat this parliament as a mere rubber stamp for the executive government. Let's be clear just how bad this process has been. This government came to power with a promise to reduce energy prices by $275. For 6 months, for more than 6 months, it did nothing to give effect to that promise. Indeed, in its own budget, it said that electricity prices would go in the opposite direction, increased by 56%, and gas would go up by 44%. This government did nothing during Parliament's scheduled sitting period, which concluded on December the 1st, more than 6 months after it came to government. It sat on its hands for 6 months. Nothing for 6 months, and now all of a sudden this is urgent. All of a sudden we had the Prime Minister announcing that Parliament would be reconvened to consider this bill, and he said that it was urgent, but of course the details of the bill were not provided. The bill was not provided until 8:45 p.m. last night. We know that reductions or rebates in relation to consumer electricity bills, we know from the Prime Minister's own announcement that details of that will not be finalised until National Cabinet meets in March next year. And of course, we've got the other element involving empowering the minister to make a code, and of course this raises very significant issues to be considered by every member of this House of Representatives. Every one of the 151 members of this House of Representatives is required to turn their mind to this issue. So what process has the government followed to allow members of this House to turn our minds to this issue? The bill was provided to the opposition at 8:45 p.m. last night. This is an absolutely appalling process. No time to weigh up the complex issues, no time to seek feedback from affected stakeholders, no time to get advice from independent experts. Let's just remind ourselves what the normal process is in this House. The normal process is that a bill is introduced by a minister. There is at least a week allowed before the bill goes to a second reading debate. Very often, on an issue like this, there would be a parliamentary committee, either a Senate committee or a joint committee. And all of that is for very good reason, Mr Speaker. It is to allow time for issues to be examined and considered, for affected stakeholders and citizens to put their view. That is the way that a parliament in a liberal democracy should work. This is not the Russian Duma, Mr Speaker. This is not a rubber stamp on executive government, but that is how it is being treated by this government. And of course, they're also proposing incredibly short time periods. Our amendments to this suspension of standing orders would at least allow for normal times for second reading debate and for consideration in detail, as compared to it being dramatically compressed and guillotined in the process, the appalling process that this government has now proposed. And this takes the treatment of the House of Representatives to a new level as a rubber stamp on the actions of executive government. There are very serious issues that the parliament needs to consider here on the merits of the bill before it. The nature of this unprecedented intervention in a market. What will be the implications for perceptions of sovereign risk for those wishing to invest in Australia? What will be the implications for future investment in the resources sector and across the broader economy? What will be the implications for the supply of gas, and whether these measures will in fact reduce supply, do the exact opposite of what the government is claiming it is aiming to achieve? These are important questions. These are important questions, and the way that the government is asking the parliament to consider these is to produce a bill at 8:45 p.m. last night and ask this House to vote on it by midday today. That is an appalling process. The answers to these questions are not yet known, and that is why this parliament has a well-accepted method for dealing with complex issues. Of course, it can be done in a rapid fashion, but what this government is proposing is absolutely ludicrous. Now, we might all remember when the Prime Minister and the current Leader of the House were in opposition, they used to talk about how important the role of the parliament is. This is what the Leader of the House said in 2019. There is a process that happens with legislation that I have to say does matter. It does matter that members have the opportunity to read legislation, a very sound point which this government is now completely ignoring. What did the Prime Minister say? In March in Tasmania, he said, in terms of legislation that comes before the parliament, quite often it's just aimed at dividing people and being tricky, and I call it wedgeslation. Rather than putting the national interest first, I want proper processes. I want to consult people. That is what this Prime Minister said in March of this year before he was elected. He is doing the exact opposite with the appalling, atrocious and ill-considered process that this government is taking to deal with this bill. And that is why, Mr Speaker, we have put this set of amendments to the suspension of standing orders motion that has been moved by the acting Leader of the House, and the set of amendments that we have put would allow for a proper second reading debate, proper consideration detail. It's still a process that is very far from adequate, but it would at least make some improvement on what is an atrocious and cavalier way to ask this parliament to deal with matters of great complexity, matters that go to confidence by investors, matters that go to whether in fact this bill will work to achieve its outcome, its objective, and there are very real reasons to doubt that it will do that. It will in fact have the opposite effect. These are the kind of matters that the parliament should be considering. The process carried out here is atrocious. It is the precise opposite of the rhetoric that we heard from the Prime Minister and the Labor Party prior to the election, and that is why we have moved the amendments to the suspension of standing orders in the form that we have.
Is the amendment seconded? I give the call to member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. I do rise to second these very important amendments. This is the most hypocritical, deceitful government we have seen in this country for decades, Speaker. The most hypocritical and deceitful government we have seen in decades. Pre-election, Speaker, as the Manager of Opposition just said, the then opposition were going through, we were going to have a new parliament, it's going to be more transparent, it was going to be more democratic, processes were going to be followed properly. And how hypocritical that's been, Speaker, the first thing this new government did when they came into this chamber as the government was change the standing orders to basically gag debate. That was one of the first pieces of legislation that they changed to gag debates with a new standing order, which they have used on multiple occasions. The other thing that they've done at great expense today, look at the process today, Speaker. Look at the process today. This is exceptionally important legislation today. This is important, fundamental changes to the way certain parts of our economy change and our energy market changes. As the Manager of Opposition Business said, no one saw this legislation until 8 o'clock last night. There is confusion about it, even within the government ranks, about how this legislation is going to work. And we come in today at great expense, and we're going to get gagged after 2 hours. This is not a proper process. And I say this, especially to the crossbenchers. I say this especially to the Teals, who say they have got voted into this chamber, to bring more transparent processes and better parliamentary process to this chamber. Well, I can tell you right now, if you support what is before the parliament today and do not support these amendments, you are not about more transparency, you are not about better processes, you are not about second reading process. You're about gagging debate, and that's what you will be supporting if you don't support our amendments. The questions about the legislation are profound. The deal done with the Greens, no one understands. How is that going to work? And again, the Australian— look, actually worse than that, Deputy Speaker, even worse than gagging debate that this government's done, Deputy Speaker, worse than gagging debates in this chamber, is they have been deceitful to the Australian public about what they were going to legislate. Look at the IR legislation, Speaker. They never took that very important legislation with the IR laws. Did they ever mention that? before the election. No, Speaker, they never spoke to the Australian people, to Australian businesses and to Australian workers about the legislation that they were going to introduce into this chamber as one of the first things they did. Now, of course they didn't do that. They were paying back their union masters about that as well. But again, that wasn't about transparency. There was no transparency to the Australian people about that process. There was no transparency about what their agenda was on that as well. Now, again, back to the legislation that we're talking about today, price caps and the legislation that they are looking to pass today needs a larger debate and a longer debate than a couple of hours. We have a lot of history in this country. I'm old enough to remember, how well did the interest rate caps work in the Australian financial markets back in the 80s when that failed, the capital markets. How well did the wool floor price work back in the 80s too when they were trying to put a cap under the price of wool? That failed, Speaker, as well. So there is great debate that needs to happen about this, potential market failure that is going to happen about this. This will have great ramifications for the investment into the energy markets in Australia, especially in the gas and coal markets. This has great ramifications potentially for the prices of Australians' energy bills as well. And this side, the best they can give this chamber is 2 hours to debate it. It's a shame on the process of the parliament. And again, I finish by making an appeal to the crossbenchers and the Teals. As I said earlier, you came into this chamber promising greater transparency, better process and to give this chamber more chance to debate and to have a say in legislation. If you support this bill today and do not support our amendments, you're hypocritical to the reasons that you got voted to this chamber as well, and basically just kowtowing to this side over here. So I stand strongly to support the amendments as put by the Manager of Opposition Business. Thanks, Speaker.
The question now is that the amendment to the motion be disagreed to. I'll give a call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I just want to very briefly speak to the crossbench in relation to what I think is a very important element of this particular amendment, Mr Speaker, and that is that given the tragedy that we've seen in Queensland and given the precedence of what has taken place here in this parliament over a long time,
Member for Moreton.
Mr Speaker, I believe that the most important element of business before the House today is to conduct a condolence motion now. No attempt to delay the bill. Happy to give every commitment that the timelines will be met, Mr Speaker, but the precedence of this House and the way in which this House has conducted its affairs in the past, and I conveyed this to the Prime Minister yesterday, is that this House should deal with the most important matter before the House, and that is to recognise the tragic circumstances in Queensland. It is not a delaying tactic. We give that undertaking, and I would ask the Teals to consider that element of the amendment, which I put to them most sincerely, and I think out of respect to the circumstances and to the loss of life there, this House, as a matter of precedence and given the way in which this House has conducted its affairs for a long time, should deal with that element of business as a priority before other business comes on.
The question is the amendment to the motion be disagreed to. I'll put that question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment to the motion be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 81, noes 45. The question there is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Again, appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 81, noes 45. The matter is resolved in the affirmative by an absolute majority. And I call the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Treasury Laws Amendment Energy Price Relief Plan Bill 2022 and explanatory memorandum.
And I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for other purposes.
Call the Treasurer.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, this bill and this government recognises that Australian households and businesses are confronting unsustainable, unacceptable energy price rises. We respond today with urgent, targeted, meaningful action to take some of the sting out of these price rises and to provide direct energy bill relief. And in doing so, we reject the fib that a functional and fair gas market must also mean the hollowing out of our manufacturing industries or the destruction of jobs or the sacrifice of living standards. It cannot mean that. We will not let it mean that. The government respects the important role that the gas industry plays in our economy and the role it's playing in our transition to net zero. We support a strong industry that delivers returns on investment and an economic dividend to the Australian people because it is an Australian resource. Gas companies have the right to make a profit, and we want them to. They have a job to do, but we have a job to do as well. It's our job to find a reasonable and balanced common-sense solution to these extraordinary events, to defend our national economic interests and to protect the welfare of the Australian people. Mr Speaker, Australians are paying a hefty price for more than 9 months of aggression, Russian aggression in Ukraine, and for 9 preceding years of energy policy chaos here at home. And the costs are very clear. Electricity prices are rising by 20% this year, something the previous government knew about but kept hidden from the people. Without intervention, next financial year, retail gas prices are expected to increase by a further 20% and electricity prices by a further 36%. And that's why urgent action is needed, including through this legislation. And when we vote today, every member of this place will make a choice to help Australians with rising energy bills or to make it even harder for them, to save Australian jobs or to surrender them, to support Australian manufacturing or to send it to the wall. Today in this place, Mr Speaker, the opposition will be voting for higher energy prices and for no assistance for households and small businesses. The Albanese government has made a different choice. We choose to protect households and small businesses. We choose to defend our local industries, and we choose to save local jobs. And that's why we must pass this bill and pass it today. The bill contains two schedules. One directly addresses gas prices. The other provides direct assistance to struggling households and small businesses. Schedule 1 amends the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 to create an enabling framework for two new instruments to be implemented through regulation. The first will enable me to make an emergency order for a 12-month price cap on new contract sales of gas by producers sourced from developed fields in the East Coast wholesale market. This is designed to provide short-term relief from the current energy crisis. The legislation contains a sunset clause so that the power to make these orders ends 12 months after the commencement of any order made, or if no order is made, 12 months after the commencement of the bill. Now, through this instrument, the government intends to implement a temporary price cap of $12 per gigajoule. The ACCC has identified this price based on the costs of production and the reasonable return on capital, and it is still a high domestic price by historical standards. In 2021, the ACCC found that there were 289 domestic offers made by producers and retailers, with 96% of offers below $12 per gigajoule and the average price $9.20 per gigajoule in 2021. The bill also includes measures to detect, deter and address any non-compliance with the price cap. For transactions that fall under the scope of the emergency price order, prices above the cap will be subject to enforcement action. The price cap will be reviewed in mid-2023 to ensure it is having the intended effect and to consider whether adjustments are needed. The second instrument allows for a mandatory gas market code to be prescribed to address systemic issues in the market. The purpose is to ensure that a fair and transparent process applies in the negotiation of gas contracts. A code can prescribe matters including negotiations between suppliers and buyers, as well as addressing and resolving disputes. Through this instrument, the government will introduce a mandatory code of conduct for the wholesale gas market, as we said we would. The code will be an enhanced version of the existing voluntary code, and it will be based on the advice of the ACCC. This includes strengthening requirements for transparency and reporting, pricing, negotiation timeframes and dispute resolution. The code will include a longer-term reasonable pricing provision, again on the advice of the ACCC. And this is based on the clear expectation that the price of Australian gas for Australian consumers should have a connection to the cost of producing it, allowing for a reasonable return on capital, rather than being solely subject to the wartime whims of the international market. For the first 12 months of the code, while the emergency temporary price cap is in place, the reasonable pricing provision will only apply to gas outside the scope of the price cap, gas contracted for delivery later than 2023 or from currently undeveloped fields. After this, the reasonable pricing provision will apply more broadly to the types of contracts previously covered by the cap. It will remain in place until the ACCC advises the government that domestic gas prices better reflect the cost of production and that there is adequate supply at these prices. Importantly, the code will include a dispute resolution framework, including binding arbitration. The government will consult on the mandatory code in the coming months ahead of its commencement in early 2023, including on the most appropriate way to define reasonable pricing. Schedule 2 amends the Federal Financial Relations Act 2009 to introduce a new type of payment to the states and territories in order to provide temporary and targeted relief on energy bills for eligible households and small businesses. The bill provides for an appropriation of $1.5 billion to be paid to the states and territories for this purpose. The states and territories will jointly fund the bill relief, and they will administer the payments through the new funding agreement. The relief will be applied to energy bills rather than as direct cash payments to households. So it's written in black and white, this legislation will take some of the pressure off power bills. Speaker, the measures in this bill are crucial components of the government's broader energy price relief plan, which also includes action to limit coal prices and also investments in cleaner, cheaper, more reliable, increasingly renewable energy for the future. This is a plan agreed by National Cabinet, endorsed by every Premier and Chief Minister from both sides of politics, and we thank them genuinely for their cooperation. They, like us, know that action is needed now. Our collective measures to address gas and coal prices are estimated to reduce the impact of forecast electricity prices next financial year by 13 percentage points and reduce expected inflation in 23-24 by around an estimated ½ percentage point. And our direct assistance will provide hundreds of dollars of energy bill relief in addition to these measures. And that's what this choice, this coming vote, really comes down to. Higher power prices or lower power prices? Relief on energy bills or no relief for energy bills? Protecting Australian industry and jobs or leaving Australian industries and jobs swinging in the breeze? Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe that Australian households and small businesses deserve this support. We believe that Australian manufacturing deserves a future, and that's what this legislation is all about. Support for them, certainty, security for families and pensioners, for small businesses and for big manufacturers. This bill is in the national interest for all Australians, and that's why we commend it to the House.
Thank you. And in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the debate will continue. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we're here today because at the last election on 97 occasions, the Prime Minister looked the Australian public in the eye and said that he would reduce power prices by $275.
What happened to that?
There was no asterisks, there was no fine print,
No footnotes.
there was no qualification. It was a clear and fundamental commitment and promise made to the Australian public. Mr Speaker, it wasn't made just as a throwaway comment or as on a whim. It was made deliberately to mislead the Australian people.
Yep,
that's the reality, Mr Speaker.
You know, James,
and the problem is that the Prime Minister, since the election, has not mentioned that figure on one occasion. Not on one occasion. So Australians who voted for this Prime Minister at the last election did so believing that he was going to honour his word. They did so because they knew the pressures that existed in their own household budgets. They knew the pressure on all of the elements to their small business budget. And they thought that they could believe and trust this Prime Minister. As it turns out, the government now has had 6 months since the election in May to outline their plan in the budget in October and in the 6 weeks since the budget. There is no plan. Let's be very clear about it. The government has no plan. There is no plan that has been worked on over the course of the period since they won the election. And they need to be honest with the Australian people. They've thrown around this figure of $230, a new figure that they've created. Now, they've walked away from that within only a matter of days because the modelling hasn't been done. And as it turns out, what they're actually promising, because this is quite cute when you analyse what the government's proposing here, it's quite cute because what they're saying to you is that your bills will go up, but not by quite as much. So no promise that the bills will go down by $275 or indeed down by $230. This government predicted in their October budget that your electricity prices would go up by 56% and your gas prices would go up by 44%. Now, as it turns out, they're going to deliver that and more, and more. And it's not as a result of what's happened tragically in Ukraine. The Prime Minister made the promise to reduce power prices by $275 on 27 occasions after Russia went into Ukraine. After they went into Ukraine, Mr Speaker. So the opposition at the time, the now government, was fully aware of the prevailing conditions. They can't say they were blindsided by the war in Ukraine and the broader turmoil in Europe. They can't say that they weren't aware of the predictions around energy and economic policy in broader Europe and in North America and in Asia. The Prime Minister knew exactly what he was saying, but he had no intention on delivering on it. What he was after was your vote. And what happened was he got your vote, and now he's left you and your family behind. Now that, Mr Speaker, is something that people can reconcile and they can deal with over the course of the next 2.5 years. But what happens, Mr Speaker, what happens now is that the government has flown every kite over the course of the last couple of weeks. They've spoken about increasing taxes, the super profits tax, weighing into the market, imposing other draconian measures. They quickly cobbled together, because they had a deadline of last Friday when the premiers and chief ministers were coming together. They had to thrust something before the chief ministers and the premiers. They were essentially putting this plane together on the runway. There was no forethought and consideration given that could put any faith into the model that they were proposing. The Prime Minister said, as has been pointed out in this debate already, that he wanted a new parliament, a new approach to this parliament. In fact, Mr Speaker, he was very clear in his own language on the 25th of March this year when he said, and I quote, "In terms of legislation that comes before the parliament, quite often it's just aimed at dividing people and being tricky. I call it legislation. Rather than putting the national interest first, I want proper processes, I want to consult people." Well, the bill that's before the House today, we received, the crossbenchers received at 8:45 p.m. last night, 12 hours before this debate. They still can't tell us who will be targeted in the $1.5 billion package. They can't tell us the definition of small business. They can't tell us whether the money will be inflationary, so that people will end up paying more in their interest rates as a result of putting this money into the economy. They can't provide any modelling, because the modelling hasn't yet been done. So how does the Prime Minister reconcile his statement on the 25th of March and his conduct this very day in this parliament? Well, the fact is, Mr Speaker, it can't be reconciled, and the Australian public understand that the reckless approach of this Prime Minister is at odds with his statements and his commitments that he made to the Australian public only this year, and he should be marked down for it. Now, I've been in this parliament for a few years. It's obvious I wasn't here during the Whitlam period in the 1970s. I was only born in 1970. I might look much older, but I wasn't here during the Whitlam period. But I've read a lot about the Whitlam period. The uncertainty, the dysfunction, the difficult approach to legislation, the lack of consultation, the intervention in markets, and we know how that ended. But I was here, Mr Speaker, during the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd years. And that is seared in my memory, and it's seared in the memory of many Australians. And I can tell you that what we're seeing play out here smacks of the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd years of dysfunction. Now, it was difficult to take the title of the worst minister during the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd years. This was a contested space. I've got to say, this was a contested space. It was a contested space, Mr Speaker, because there was a great deal of dysfunction, not just from Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard, not just from the then Deputy Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, but many ministers.
But do we have a winner?
None worse, Mr Speaker, than this man over here, the member for McMahon, the Shadow Energy Minister. He presided over Fuel Watch, Grocery Watch. He was the Shadow Assistant Treasurer. And, Mr Speaker, he is taking this government and our country down a dead end.
Could I just,
Mr. Speaker,
I'm just going to interrupt you. You
Please.
continue to call me Mr. Speaker, and I've given it a long reign. You need to use my correct title, and when you're referring to other members,
that is a
also.
very valid point, Madam
Thank
Deputy
you.
Speaker, and I'm sorry I haven't addressed you with the correct title. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality is that the title taken as the worst minister in the Rudd-Gillard years, it's a badge of honour too. I understand that. I understand that because he has completely zero self-awareness. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that there is a broader issue taking place here. An intervention into the markets has already seen companies withdraw effort. If we restrict supply of gas into the market, then we are going to see prices increase. That's what this government is sowing the seeds of. They don't realise it yet. They're excited about their win. They've got the support of the Greens. And when the Labor Party and the Greens come together on economic policy, you know that trouble is on the horizon, Mr. Speaker. You know that power prices under this government will continue to go up and up. You know, Mr. Speaker, that the uncertainty that they are creating in the marketplace will mean a reduction in investment. You know that, Mr. Speaker. Now, we're in favour of renewables. We want to firm up those renewables, and we don't want the lights to go out. We don't want there to be a lack of, Mr. Speaker, we don't want there to be a lack of stability.
Leader of the Opposition,
Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't want there to be a lack of energy in the system that drives manufacturers offshore. We don't want that. We don't want that, Madam Deputy Speaker. We don't. But I can tell you that this government is taking our country down that path. If you switch off the old system before the new system is ready, you're going to have a situation as has been experienced in California and in Germany and elsewhere, long before the Ukraine was a reality. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to recognise that this is a half-baked policy by the government. And, Mr. Speaker, I move the amendments in my name in relation to this bill, that all words be omitted with a view to substituting the following words: that the House declines to give the bill a second reading, notes the Prime Minister's failure to deliver on his promise to reduce electricity prices by $275, notes the Prime Minister has instead delivered the most expensive average wholesale electricity prices on record, with electricity prices set to rise.
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
As tabled in my name.
I understand that the amendment has been circulated, and I give the call to the member for the to the Prime Minister. Is there a seconder for your amendment, Leader of the Opposition?
Yeah, I second the motion. Reserve my right to speak.
Thanks to the member of Bradfield. Prime Minister.
I want to thank members and senators for returning to parliament today to vote on our plan for energy price relief for Australian industry and business, for Australian manufacturing, for Australian jobs and for Australian families. This legislation is important and it is urgent, because after a wasted decade of denial and delay, after a wasted decade of neglecting the national energy grid and attacking renewables, after a wasted decade that cost Australian jobs, robbed us of investment, damaged our international reputation and left us vulnerable to global shocks, after this wasted decade, there is not a day to waste when it comes to securing more affordable and reliable energy for Australia. And last Friday at the National Cabinet, every Premier and Chief Minister signed up to the 4 key measures in this relief plan, including the New South Wales Premier, Dominic Perrottet, and Premier Rockliff of Tasmania. And I thank all of the Premiers for their support. The 4 key measures are: 1, a temporary cap on the price of uncontracted gas at $12 a gigajoule for 12 months. Secondly, a 12-month price ceiling on domestic coal of $125 per tonne in New South Wales and Queensland, which Premier Perrottet, when I spoke to him last night, indicated that New South Wales will be recalled their parliament next week to legislate. 3, $1.5 billion in targeted bill relief for businesses and households most in need, delivered through measures to reduce bills in order to put downward pressure on inflation. And 4, long-term action to secure our energy future including the new Capacity Investment Scheme and the continuing rollout of projects under our Rewiring the Nation Fund. Mr Speaker, this plan is a combination of immediate action but also future reform. It recognises the challenge of here and now as a result of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We need to act now, though, to deal with this crisis, to keep Australians in work, to support families, but also to look to the medium term to make sure we do secure our energy future. And that's what we'll be doing, making sure that the cheapest and cleanest form of new energy, renewables, are able to power into the grid through the projects that we announced and will continue to announce around Rewiring the Nation. Together with the National Reconstruction Fund, this is about also making sure that we can make things here again, advanced manufacturing. Mr Speaker, apparently those opposite want us to have acted quicker but also want us to be slower at the same time. Having had 22 policies in government but not landing one of them, they now want us to have no policy also. They were addicted to power, but they were hopeless on energy. They rushed around passing legislation about strawberries that were never used in a day, but did nothing to help people with their power bills. The only time they acted with urgency was to cover up the 20% increase in power prices and to keep it a secret until after the election. And now they're seeking to stand in the way of this urgent action because they imagine that somehow it serves their political agenda. Well, the choice for this parliament today is very clear. You can vote for this plan and vote for lower power prices, or vote against it and vote for higher prices. You can vote for this plan and stand up for jobs, for industry and for households, or vote against it and stand with them, with companies banking record profits and sending them offshore. That's the choice. Vote for this plan and be part of the solution, or vote against it and be part of the problem. The opposition will be held to account for their decision. We know where we stand. We stand for Australian manufacturing and we stand for Australian households. And this legislation will support both. That is what this bill will do. Those opposite failed in government over a decade to deliver a coherent energy policy. We on this side of the House are acting with urgency to deal with the challenge which is there. And that is why it has the support of every Premier and across the country, and why it has the support not just of the Labor Party, but I thank those in the crossbenchers who are providing that.
The original order. The House will come to order. There is far too much noise. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy. When I say I want the House to be quiet, I mean it. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Dixon has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, there is a very simple test for this legislation. A very simple test for this legislation. Will Australians' bills in the coming months and years go up or down? That's the test. There is no other test. And the Energy Minister himself has admitted that bills are going up. The Treasurer himself has admitted in his budget that they're going up by 56%. We now learn he thinks they're going to go up even more. And the Prime Minister himself, having committed 96 times before the election that he was 97 times. I stand corrected. I'll take that interjection. 97 times, Deputy Speaker, before the election that the $275 decrease in electricity prices was going to happen. Having said that, all those times, he hasn't said it since being elected. Not once, Deputy Speaker, not once. Those opposite are going to fail their own test. Now, this legislation fails every test of good government and good policy. It's been a shambolic process with shambolic legislation and will deliver shambolic outcomes. It defies the basic laws of economics, Deputy Speaker. Now, the process itself, as I said, has been shambolic. After promising not to waste a day in office, that's what they promised. Over 6 months, they've been floating a thought bubble on a daily basis. There's a new thought bubble even came out in the last 2 days from the Prime Minister, which he had to pull back from, running around the press gallery making sure that he was corrected on what he had said himself. This is poorly thought through, with no consultation, and sadly, Deputy Speaker, we only received the legislation at 8:45 p.m. last night. Now, this is a diabolical intervention in the gas market. A diabolical intervention in the gas market. It's one of the largest and most significant government interventions we've seen in a market in decades. We've seen it in other countries like Venezuela and elsewhere in this sort of time frame, but not here, Deputy Speaker, not here. And they present the bill at 9:45 p.m. the night before, expecting the parliament to support it the very next day. The hypocrisy is astounding, but I do think it's important that this place hear what the Leader of the House had to say in 2019 when he was Manager of Opposition Business about how this place should work. There is a process that happens with legislation that I have to say does matter. It does matter. It does matter that members have the opportunity to read legislation. That came from those opposite, Deputy Speaker. That's what they said. The Prime Minister had a lot to say about this sort of thing before the election as well, because on the 25th of March on Tasmania Talks, the Prime Minister said, "I want proper processes. I want to consult people." But 6 months in, this is just another one of the long list of broken promises from those opposite, Deputy Speaker. So flawed is this bill that even government ministers are confused about it. They're confused about it. Yesterday in a press conference, the Minister for Energy made a bit of a blunder. In an answer to a journalist, he said, "You don't have a cap and a code at the same time, right?" But we know this is wrong. We know this is wrong. You know how we know this is wrong? Because the government was calling around the press gallery moments later to correct the minister, Deputy Speaker, to correct the minister. If the ministers who are supposed to be responsible for this bill don't even understand it, then how can it possibly be a good piece of legislation, Deputy Speaker? Now, the government's legislation will give unprecedented powers to control the Australian energy sector. The great confidence we have in the Treasurer that he is going to be able to deliver the gas at a price that all Australians afford, because he will be the Hugo Chavez of this government delivering the gas for the Australian people, but it extends well beyond the 12-month price cap. It extends well beyond that. For years we can expect this. And we've heard the industry experts say things like, this is Credit Suisse, the damage has already started. Nearly all gas contracting has shrivelled up in the last few days. Supply matters. Supply matters, you know. And energy analyst Mark Samter, very highly respected, said, "This is the single worst piece of energy policy I have seen anywhere in 20 years looking at global energy markets." That's about this policy from this minister, Deputy Speaker. And the reality is this bill fails on every test of good policy and good
government. Time has expired. I give the call. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I give the call. I'm just going to see what that noise is. Minister, we might just take a moment so you... Okay. Minister, apparently it's not affecting the sound for broadcasting, and hopefully people in the gallery can hear. So we're going to persevere, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, every time a member of parliament walks into this chamber to vote, they make a choice, and they indicate their priorities. And today, government members and those members who will be voting for this bill make their priorities and choices clear. We stand for electricity prices not being elevated by the war in Ukraine. We stand for gas companies being able to make a fair profit, but not an unfair, elevated profit off the back of the war in Ukraine. This bill will cap gas prices at $12 a gigajoule. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, 96% of gas in 2021 was sold for less than $12 a gigajoule. The average price was $9.20. That was a fair price. The gas companies were not complaining. They were making decent profits. Since then, we have seen those prices skyrocket. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is Australian gas under Australian soil and Australian seas, and Australians have a right to it at a fair price. That is the fundamental principle that the House has to decide today. The government's position is clear. The crossbenchers' position is clear, and frankly, the opposition's position is clear as well. Their talking points, Madam Deputy Speaker, could have fallen off the back of a truck from a gas company. Now, that is their right to do that, but we have a different job. We respect the job of gas companies to maximise their profits. It's our job to protect the Australian people and act in the national interest, and that's what we are doing today. We will not stand by and see manufacturers in Western Sydney or anywhere across Australia pay the price of Putin's war in Ukraine. We will not do that. And from this day forward, whenever the opposition says they stand for jobs or stand for industry, their hypocrisy will be called out. Whenever they talk about energy prices, their hypocrisy will be called out. Today, the opposition will vote against lower energy prices. They will vote against the impact of the price rises being mitigated by this bill. They will vote against that, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they will be reminded of it constantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, because their priorities are clear. They do not regard this as a situation where the parliament should come together and act in the best interest of the nation. We've just been through a health pandemic, and the Labor Party, as the opposition, acted constructively. We engaged, we supported things we even didn't 100% agree with because it was the right thing to do for the nation. We are now facing an energy pandemic, and the culprits of 10 years of denial and delay are not interested in engaging. Now, we've heard a lot about the bill and when the opposition got the bill. The Leader of the Opposition came out and said this plan was a catastrophe before he'd sent a press release, let alone a bill. When the Prime Minister and the Premiers reached agreement, the Leader of the Opposition came out and said this was a catastrophe, before he'd seen a bill, before he'd seen a press release. The Shadow Minister on Sunday said, "I've been through the bill and it's a monster and a disaster." And then the Leader of the Opposition says yesterday, "I haven't seen the bill and I'm against it." Now, they're either against it because they've seen it and they don't like it, or they're against it because they haven't seen it. Just pick an alibi and stick to it. That's my advice to the opposition. Pick a lane and stick in the lane. They can't do that. They're not up to the job. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's position and priorities are clear, and so are the opposition's, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. And the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker. It was about this time last year in December, in the lead-up to Christmas, when we had the now Prime Minister and now Minister do the big reveal to the Australian people about Labor's energy policy in government. What they promised ahead of Christmas last year was a reduction in household power bills by $275. But there was a catch to that. There was a catch. You had to vote for the Labor Party. If the Labor Party came to power, they would deliver a reduction in household power bills by $275. And it's no surprise, therefore, that here we are 1 year later in the lead-up to Christmas. Again, it's December, and they have a big grand announcement. Yes, they're going to reduce your power bills again. The difference is, Deputy Speaker, the Australian people now know that this government is inept and is incapable of delivering on its promise of lower power bills. The opposition will absolutely disassociate itself from Labor's energy plan that it seeks to enshrine in law today. We will only stand by the households of Australia and the businesses of Australia. We have done that in government, we've done that in opposition. What the government seeks to do today in this plan is to put in law a justification for increasing household power bills. By their own numbers, Deputy Speaker, the plan behind this legislation will increase power bills by up to $700 by next financial year for Australian households. So be very clear about this. Behind all of their sales messaging, the numbers they themselves produce say that this plan will increase Australian household power bills by up to $700. That's the substance of what they propose. Now, add that to the promise of $275 reduction, you have nearly a $1,000 difference between what the Australian people expected from this Labor government and what, in fact, they are delivering. Australian households will be nearly $1,000 worse off because of this government and their legislation today. Now, they know very well that on this side of the House, the coalition, if we stick to facts, prices came down. In the last term of government alone, household prices came down 8%, for businesses 10%, for industry 12%. And what's happening under the Labor Party, this inept party that pretends the invasion of Ukraine only happened under their watch, prices are going up. And what's their plan moving forward? Does any Labor Party MP really believe power prices are coming down? I'm looking now at the Minister. Minister, are power prices coming down? Can't hear you, Minister. You know the truth. Your plan is going to see household power bills go up by nearly $800, at least $700 by next financial year. This is your plan. We disassociate ourselves. And it's also a plan that seeks to kill off an Australian industry, a gas industry, an industry that even this minister decided to call a major project, the Kurri Kurri project, BS, trying to take gas away from that project. This is a government that's taken $50 million out from its budget for exploration of gas, another $50 million out for pipeline infrastructure for gas, a government that's discrediting carbon capture and storage that would assist gas, a government that has taken out gas from the capacity mechanism. This is a government that is on the attack against the very transitional fuel that the ACCC says we need more of, the very fuel that the Energy Security Board says we need more of, the very fuel that the market operator says it's the only way to get to net zero, you need it. But they're trying to kill it off because they have an ideological zeal to kill off this industry. And they do so with the greatest overreach of government power we have seen. This is all about ensuring that the government themselves can intervene into a marketplace, can tell exactly who should trade with who. They will have the ability to be able to tell one company to turn down its energy to save energy, because they know by putting a price cap on this, they are going to decrease supply, increase demand, and their way of solving that problem is a mandatory code that will give them the power to instruct at the micro level of an industry, and it sets a dangerous precedent for what is otherwise a liberal democracy.
Time, and I give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Coal and gas corporations are driving the cost of living crisis. They are driving the climate crisis, and it is time to stop them. In just 1 year, 27 gas corporations made $77 billion in revenue and paid not $1 of tax. Coal exporters have made $45 billion in profit, and meanwhile everyday people's power bills keep going up. It is time to hold these greedy coal and gas corporations to account. Today is the beginning of the end for gas. Greedy gas corporations have been taking this country for a ride, making record profits, often getting their gas for free, and putting people through enormous cost of living pain. Gas is expensive, it is unhealthy, and it is polluting. Gas is as dirty as coal. Gas is not something to transition to, it is something we need to move away from. And I thank the government for committing to a significant package next year that will make it easier for people on low incomes, people in public housing, renters, to do the things that will cut their power bills and give them healthier, cheaper, more affordable homes to live in. If we do this package right, it will make a big difference to people on low incomes and mean that they not only have a few $100s extra in their pocket to deal with the cost of living crisis this year, but that they'll have it year after year after year into the future. And that's what this is about. What is also clear is that under the legislation that we are passing today, the government now has the power to freeze power bills. The Greens have been pushing for a freeze on power bills for 2 years at pre-crisis levels. This legislation will give the government the power to freeze power bills. It is not good enough to watch forecasts that power bills might go up by 47% over the next couple of years. We know now that we can stop it. Government can step in and stop those price rises. If we're going to be giving compensation to ensure that people's power bills don't go up, which we support and we're the first ones out there calling for, let's freeze power bills at pre-crisis levels and put a windfall tax on those greedy coal and gas corporations to pay for it. It is crystal clear from now on that power prices do not need to rise by $1. We can use the powers in this bill to make sure that happens. And that's why I move that the following amendment to the second reading amendment moved by the Leader of the Opposition. I move that all words after the House be omitted with a view to substituting the following words: agrees to give the bill a second reading, and 1. Notes that this legislation gives the government the power to stop power bills rising at all and to freeze electricity bills at pre-crisis levels. 2. Calls on the government to immediately use those powers and address the urgent cost of living crisis by freezing electricity bills. 3. Does not consider it acceptable that electricity bills are set to rise by over 20% while coal and gas corporations keep getting subsidies and don't pay their fair share of tax. And 4. Considers that any price rise from here on in is squarely the government's responsibility.
And is there a seconder for the amendment?
The Speaker, and reserve my speaking rights.
Thank you, Member for Griffith. And so the question is that the amendment to the amendment moved by the member for Melbourne to the amendment moved by the member for Dixon, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words is now before the House. So the question is that the amendment to the amendment be disagreed to. And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a con. What Australians were promised 97 times was that they would have lower power bills. $275 lower was what they were promised. But what the government has now brought forward after more than 6 months of dithering and delay is a bill that does not deliver on its promise. On its face, even if you take at face value what this bill claims to deliver, all it will do is mean that the big price increases in gas and electricity, which the government itself has projected in its budget papers, 44% increase in gas prices, 56% increase in electricity prices, all this bill is purporting to do is that those big increases will be slightly less big. That's it. That's it. That's it. They promised. They took to the Australian people. They promised that power prices would go down. They put a specific number on it. They repeated it 97 times, and now they bring forward a bill which doesn't say that power prices are going down. It doesn't say that power prices are going down at all. On its face, if you take it at face value, all it does is says that the very big increases in power prices, which this government has projected in its budget, might be slightly less big. They promised $275 down, and now they say, great news, Australian people, great news. It's not going down, it's going up. But celebrate, rejoice, because it's going up by slightly less than the unbelievably big increase it would have gone up by otherwise, according to our own budget papers. That is the great plan from this government. But of course, embedded within this is a price cap mechanism which would win the Jim Cairns Award for Best Economic Policy. Jim Cairns, Treasurer in the Whitlam government. This is Whitlamite economics, Deputy Speaker. It will harm investment. It will constrain supply. It will mean, over time, therefore, higher prices and lower supply. That is the great risk of what is being done here. Even if we take the government at face value, even if we assume that they genuinely want to deliver an outcome, the big problem here is that the policy tool they are using, the policy mechanism they are using, is one that will have the opposite impact of what it is they want to achieve. Because these measures, which will deter investment, which will raise concerns about sovereign risk, will mean in the future lower supply and therefore higher prices. The economics of this are very, very clear, Deputy Speaker. And, of course, concerns about this are only compounded by the truly appalling process that has been used with a bill that in its final form was released to the opposition at 8:45 last night, being rammed through this House, and a vote to be called on at midday. This is entirely at odds with good public policy making. I saw the Minister for Industry trying to draw an analogy with the News Media Bargaining Code, a very successful piece of policy delivered by the previous government. But let me remind the House what exactly happened, the process we went through. We commissioned a detailed report from the ACCC, the Digital Platforms Review. We accepted the recommendations at the end of 2020. We announced at the end of 2019. We announced in 2020 it would be a mandatory code. We released a detailed exposure draft in the second half of 2020. There was a parliamentary committee over the summer of 2020 and 2021, and only after that detailed and good process, legislation introduced 9th of December 2020, and we only had the parliamentary debate in February 2021 after going through a proper process, an exposure draft, a bill introduced, a parliamentary committee. That is the way that a responsible government deals with significant interventions in the market. It is precisely the opposite of what this ramshackle mess of a government is doing today.
Thank you. And so the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I support the government's energy package, and in fact I go so far as to applaud the government for standing up to the petulant, greedy and selfish coal and oil companies that want business as usual. But, Deputy Speaker, I regret to say there is one glaring omission in the government's energy package, and that is some sort of windfall tax or super profits tax to do something about the outrageous profits being posted by the oil, gas and some oil companies on account of the war in Ukraine. Because that's right, Deputy Speaker, these companies, including Australian companies, are shamelessly profiteering off a war in Ukraine at the expense of Australian consumers. And let's not forget who owns the oil, the gas and the coal. It's Australians own that resource. It's our resource. It's not the private property of BHP or Woodside or Shell or Santos or Exxon. It's our property. And sure, we want these companies to make a reasonable return on investment, but we cannot continue to accept them gouging and profiteering off the misery of the Ukrainian people. To give you a sense of the scale of this, Deputy Speaker, Santos's global 2022 half-year results show an underlying profit of $1.267 billion, up 300%. And Australia's Santos stated last week that third-quarter revenue jumped over 88% to a record high, with a reported revenue of $2.2 billion. Moreover, it said its average realised LNG price rose 61.8% from the previous quarter. Shell has adjusted global earnings of $9.5 billion in the third quarter, more than double from the same period last year. Woodside's production for the third quarter increased 131% to 51.2 million barrels, and due to higher gas prices, its revenue jumped 272% to 9.3 billion Australian dollars. Exxon has experienced its highest global quarterly refining since 2008, and earnings jumped from $17.9 billion in the second quarter to $19.7 billion in the third quarter. And BHP's June financial report states that BHP delivered strong operational performance and disciplined cost control, and this is quoting BHP, to realise record underlying earnings of US $40.6 billion and a record free cash flow of US $24.3 billion. Deputy Speaker, how much more evidence do we need that the coal, gas and oil companies are making a fortune out of the suffering in Ukraine and using the war in Ukraine shamelessly as an excuse to gouge Australian consumers and to virtually steal from Australian consumers the resources that they own? Deputy Speaker, I call again on the government to introduce a windfall tax or a super profit tax, call it what you want, but a tax on companies in this country that earn a super return on their investment, and to use that increased revenue to pay back to the community, to pay to disadvantaged people, people on low incomes, the very people in my community who are turning off their heaters, are not cooking on their gas cooktop, are turning all their lights out at 7 o'clock at night. I'm sick of hearing stories, Deputy Speaker, of people in one of the richest countries in the world who are going without food to pay their power bills, going without their prescription drugs to pay their power bills, people who are going to bed at dark wrapped up in 2 doonas because they can't afford to turn their heating on, in one of the richest countries in the world, when these oil, gas and coal companies are making profits like this and governments aren't doing anything about it. That's what's needed, Deputy Speaker, everything that the government is currently doing, and that's good, but they've got to go much further and tax any Australian company, or more importantly, any company operating in Australia, including foreign companies, when they are making a record return on their investment, make them pay the tax that they owe the Australian people. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment to the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I feel a bit like I'm in the twilight zone. I've only been here for 6 months. I haven't got the experience of some in this chamber, but I never thought I'd see the day when the federal government seeks to legislate to enable price ceilings that will lead to supply shortfalls or run roughshod over parliamentary scrutiny in this manner. This bill will do nothing to resolve the central issues which are resulting in higher energy prices. At best, it is a band-aid solution, but the true intention, I believe, is absolutely clear. This legislation is designed to kill Australia's gas industry. On Monday, the Prime Minister said the legislation will be available well in advance of this debate. The opposition, I know the crossbenchers as well, only received this bill at 8:45 p.m. last night. This morning they've restricted debate. The expectation that the bill is going to be released, passed in this chamber, passed in the other chamber, back here for amendments, I'm sure, is within 24 hours, is absolutely ridiculous. The government has only provided stakeholders with just 5 days to provide feedback on the imposition of a gas price cap. There's no real consultation that's taken place on this bill. This bill is dripping with constitutional concerns, and I can absolutely predict that the High Court will be taking a very close look at this rush legislation before too long. The government's decision to recall Parliament, of course, is a very costly exercise, and if they had their act together, we could have definitely dealt with this matter last week when we had to return to the address and reply because we'd run out of things to do in this chamber. This is an absolutely cynical move from the government to staple the relief measures to one of the most radical market interventions in Australia's economic history. The Coalition supports targeted and temporary cost of living relief. We want the bill split to stop this reckless intervention going forward while allowing struggling Australians to get the support that they need. We've been here every sitting day since the election, calling on the government to account on their solemn promise to reduce household energy bills by $275. This wasn't a fleeting promise. This wasn't something the Prime Minister just said in error when under the pump in a press conference. This was a promise made 97 times prior to the election. But then after the election we get the truth. In the October budget, Labor predicted that after 2 years of their policies, electricity prices will go up by 56% and gas up by 44%. Having now seen their policy, their approach to this issue, I think these predictions will be woefully underdone. The provisions in this bill reach far beyond a 12-month price cap. The government's legislation will give it unprecedented powers to control the Australian energy sector. It delegates power to the Treasurer to make broad-ranging regulations to control pricing, contracting and purchasing activities in the gas market. Any economic student could tell you what the impacts of price ceilings are. It is one of the most fundamental principles of economics. Every school of economic thought holds that price controls affect supply. Price floors lead to a surplus. Price caps lead to shortages. Only the Albanese government could come up with a solution to gas shortages that makes the shortage worse. Therein lies the inherent public policy challenge here. The government doesn't understand the problem, so how can we expect them to develop a solution? They've had 6 months. They promised it, they said it was coming, and so was Christmas. Hence the rushed, panicked 11th-hour response that we are seeing from the government today. The gas industry is of critical importance to the people in my electorate. Queensland has a strong gas industry and employs many people within the electorate of Bowman. This industry is already reviewing their current or future investment in gas projects. The headlines over the last week from different gas companies outlining what their expected response to these changes are is quite staggering. And MST marquee analyst Mark Samter described this move as the single worst piece of energy policy I've seen anywhere in the world in almost 20 years looking at global energy markets. At a time when the government should be supporting new supply, they are doing the exact opposite. They are cutting funding to develop new gas basins and upgrade critical infrastructure that will get the gas to where it is needed. The legislation is rushed for what amounts to one of the largest interventions in the Australian economy. In fact, Australia hasn't legislated a price ceiling on a mineral commodity since 1944, back when we chose to partake in a global effort to stabilise the gold price. Mark my words, Deputy Speaker, this will lead to a gas supply crisis in Australia, and those who have introduced this legislation and those that vote for it will be held responsible.
The question is that the amendment to the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the relief provided to energy consumers through this bill. The war in Ukraine has generated an energy crisis that the government does need to address. And I do find it slightly ironic, the self-righteous indignation about the government intervention in the private market by coalition speakers before me. It is something to behold, because the war in Ukraine commenced before the election and no step was taken by the previous government to ensure some kind of insurance against volatile energy prices. But also during the last parliament, there was no hesitation to intervene in the market with policies such as the Big Stick legislation to threaten energy producers if they switch clear energy. So, I think what's really important to remember also is we have an energy crisis that is also the result of 10 years of failure to accelerate a transition to renewable energy. Previous coalition governments did everything they could to put a handbrake on Australia's transition, and we are paying the price. It's failed to put any protections in place to protect domestic prices and Australians from variable international energy price rises. Australians should not be paying international prices in domestic markets for their own resources. So, as a result, Australian households and businesses have already been left exposed to this year's 20% energy price rises, and there are predictions of a further 36% energy increases next year. So I do support for the government to intervene. What the bill does, it will cap gas prices to $12 a gigajoule in the domestic market for new gas contracts for the next 12 months. It gives the government the ability to implement a mandatory gas industry code of conduct, which I would say is well overdue. It provides for $1.5 billion of assistance to those on income support and other tax benefits as well to small business to assist with power costs. And I look forward and urge the government to come forward with the detail in relation to that as soon as possible. The bill does not touch coal prices. The $125 a tonne cap on coal prices will be implemented by state governments. And whilst the bill does not provide for compensation to fossil fuel companies directly for any loss or damage as a result of the intervention directly, I do question whether state governments will later be compensated by the federal government. We must ensure a sensible transition away from fossil fuels, so I don't support any further subsidies or compensation to coal. We must use this crisis to accelerate transition to being energy independent, using energy sources that are price stable, and that is solar and wind. The goal of this bill, to keep electricity prices down, to avoid the further increase that is anticipated, is important. The 20% rise already this year has put so many households and businesses to the edge. We also need to be mindful not to create a policy that creates further inflationary pressure. And so it is a very complex and difficult balance that needs to be reached. We're providing direct assistance to those who need it most by providing relief with power bill shock without adding to inflation has to be the goal. Is it the best way to achieve that objective? Probably. I'm sure with hindsight we'll be able to see that other things could have been done or could have been done better. I would question whether a direct price cap is the most effective solution. A windfall profit tax, raised already in this chamber, would be a neater solution, more aligned with free market economics, and would increase government revenue. Our exports of coal have declined during this period due to high prices, with the value of our exports has almost tripled. The tax revenue has not been commensurate to that rise. Many other countries, including the UK, have imposed windfall profit taxes on fossil fuel exports at this time. Australia should follow suit and get the compensation we deserve from our resources to assist with the transition away from fossil fuels. We must improve the state of the budget and provide greater levels of relief for costs of living. I question some of the assumptions underpinning the 12-month sunset. This assumes that the global energy market will return to a more stable position as a result of the war in Ukraine ending in the next 12 months. I would be curious to know who has that crystal ball. So does that mean that trade with Russia will automatically return to normal at the end of hostilities? There are a lot of questions, but overwhelmingly, on balance, it is important that we intervene. I commend the government for intervening to ensure that the price rise anticipated for next year do not occur, and that is why I will support this bill. But I urge the government for ongoing consultation and to commit greater resources to accelerating the transition to cleaner forms of energy.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And my first message is, of course, to my constituents, because what we will see in coming weeks will be whoever the delegated Labor senator is will claim that I voted against support for those people who can't pay their bills. But the reality is I am voting against the Australian taxpayer subsidising the biggest gouger and the biggest profiteer in the electricity network in this country, and that is the Queensland Labor government under Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk. Even the Fin Review has said that they are taking $5 billion in profits out of the electricity network. They own 70% of the generators, nearly all of the transmission, and where I come from, they set the price. So the easiest way to get prices down for the people that I represent is for Queensland Labor to stop taking so much money out of what should be a service provided by them to people who cannot pay their bills. Because, like many others, I have people who live in their cars. They cannot pay their power bills now. We don't use a lot of gas where I come from. It's relatively limited compared to other parts of the country. But the idea that the state government would take so much money from the network and now be propped up by a decision in this place by the Australian taxpayer, I mean, it only comes in terms of equality in comparison with the support for the crazy policies of Victoria's Labor government, where they haven't developed any gas. So the Australian taxpayer will now be propping up those policy decisions by Premier Andrews in Victoria because they are running out of gas. Even Labor's own consultation documents says that this will not apply to the Victorian spot market, the Sydney and Brisbane spot markets, and in bureaucratic speak, because it will impact the availability and supply, and they may well run out. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, how is it possible in this country that we could even be in this position? It is because of the very poor decisions of the states who have constitutional responsibility for onshore resources. Now, if we come back to the coal proposal in Queensland, well, guess what? The Queensland Labor government owns most of the mines. And in fact, the forecast price, if I took an estimate, is under $30 a tonne. That is how they can make so much money out of the network. But I'll come to some other quotes, Mr Deputy Speaker. And here's one from October 31st. It would have been the easiest thing in the world to borrow more money and spray more cash around, but that wouldn't have been right or responsible. My job is always to prioritise what's right and responsible and affordable, and not just what's popular. Well, guess who that was, Mr Deputy Speaker? That was the Treasurer on October 31. Last year, Mr Deputy Speaker, as much as I hate to quote myself in this place, in the answer to a question from the member for O'Connor on the 23rd of November, I said, if we look at what's being put forward by Labor's Environmental Action Network, they want to get rid of gas stoves and gas heaters. They want to get rid of gas water heaters. And of course, on a point of order from the member for Watson in his previous role, what did he say? He said he is not going to alternative policies at all. He's going to wild fantasies that he's making up. Well, guess what happened this week, Mr Deputy Speaker? The wild fantasies have come true. The wild fantasies are reality. The wild fantasies are Labor policy. So they are saying to the Australian people, you will have to retrofit your kitchen if you have an electric stove. You will have to retrofit a gas stove. My apologies, Mr Deputy Speaker. You will have to retrofit your kitchen if you have a gas stove, if you have a gas hot water system. This is the crazy policies of a Green Labor government. They have no idea what it costs for an individual to go back into an existing facility, an existing house, and to try and do this. It is tens of thousands of dollars. Not only that, it drives up demand on the electricity network. If it's driven high enough, if you combine it with their policy for EVs, where the forecast is a potential 60% increase in demand, 60%, you then have to upgrade the entire network in subdivisions, in local substations, in terms of transmission, in terms of all the stuff. It is tens of billions of dollars. And not only that, in one foul swoop, in 6 months, Mr Deputy Speaker, in 6 months, this Labor government has destroyed Australia's reputation as a safe place for investment. We have had tens of billions of dollars worth of investment in the resources sector. They made decisions based on the playing field at the time, and those in government have shifted not only the goalposts, not only the field, but the entire stadium and put it somewhere else. These are companies who actually have finance agreements, who have contracts, who have shareholders, who have to report in terms of their requirements to the ASX, to ASIC, to everything else they have to do, and that is now in tatters. The federal Labor government are worse than the Whitlam government, and in fact what we see now, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that in Australia, well, you simply won't get gas anymore. We will not be using gas because of the decisions of this government.
The question is that the amendment to the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The high prices for gas in this country have been attributed to the effects of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The government proposes a temporary price cap on uncontracted gas on the wholesale market from the currently operational fields. We know that this is a really small part of our total gas market. The government is also proposing a much-needed mandatory code of conduct in relation to the market. The reality is that Australians are struggling with record electricity prices despite the fact that this country is swimming in gas. We have no shortage of gas. We have a shortage of decent regulation. Since 2006, the West Australian domestic gas reservation policy has delivered gas for $5 to $7 a gigajoule. We from the eastern states are being suckered. We allow more than 70% of our East Coast gas to be exported, then we pay inflated prices for the residua. Since 2015, the ACCC has repeatedly, in report after report, documented the high level of market concentration through direct interests, joint ventures and exclusivity arrangements. We're the world's third biggest exporter of fossil fuels, but our small businesses are going to the wall. Separate to this bill, the government hasn't ruled out compensation to coal producers over the proposed capping of coal prices at $125 a tonne. This on top of the $11 billion a year that we already spend to support fossil fuel companies. This bill will take $1.5 billion of our taxpayers' money and give it to other taxpayers to help them pay their crippling electricity bills. We're still propping up fossil fuel producers at taxpayers' expense rather than imposing export caps or higher taxes on export revenues to compensate the domestic users. In this bill, we're committing to pay up to $12 a gigajoule for gas, despite 90% of our contracts for gas being less than that in 2021. The industry was happy to sell at $9.20 per gigajoule just over a year ago. The price of extraction and production of gas has not increased in that period. We would pay less for our gas if we had an appropriate reservation system for our domestic demands. We should be taxing what are effectively war profits by gas exporters, not Australians already struggling with inflation and cost of living pressures. Let's not forget that through this legislation we will still be paying too much for our own gas, and our taxes will be going to help other taxpayers and probably to prop up the coal industry as well. This is an imperfect intervention. We still need to have the courage and the vision to take control of our own future. This bill is only a very small step in the right direction. We are still paying too much for gas. We do not have clarity and transparency on the basis for this gas cap pricing, and so I move the amendment circulated in my name in the interest of greater transparency around this very important issue.
The question is that the amendment to the amendment be disagreed to. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Deputy Speaker,
the member for Goldstein. The question is that the amendment to the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Petrie.
Yeah. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, as a member for Petrie, do I think that this bill by the Albanese Labor government will lower gas prices or electricity prices for the people of Petrie? Not a hope in hell. Not a hope in hell. There is no way that this will lower prices for those people struggling with the increased inflation and increased cost of living since the Albanese Labor government came to power. We've seen prices go through the roof. We've seen 8 interest rate rises, with mortgages absolutely doubling and in some cases tripling. So people are struggling, and this government here and this Prime Minister have come in at the last moment and just recalled the parliament, which won't help people at all. The fact that we're here today, so this bill can be rushed through with barely any oversight or any chance for the opposition to actually read the bill, is a disgrace. It's a little bit like a child that comes in with an assignment the night before it's due to their parents, trying to sticky tape something together to submit the next day. This is not good legislation. And not to mention it's costing over $1 million to recall the parliament for this one day, or actually it's not even one day, it's less than 3 hours, between 9 and 12, before they do it. The Treasurer opposite delivered a budget in October. We were down here just 2 weeks ago with 151 members in this House and 76 senators. They could have done that then. They could have done something in the budget. But no, they recall the parliament at a cost of over $1 million and allow less than 3 hours debate. So no, I have no faith at all that what this government doing, the Albanese government is doing, will help the people of Petrie. No faith whatsoever. The other thing is that this is really all about saving the Prime Minister's face. The Prime Minister promised 97 times before the last election in May of this year that he would, and his government would reduce power prices by $275. 97 times he promised that. It wasn't sort of a slip of the tongue. On the 5th of December 2021, Prime Minister Albanese, the Albanese government, promised they would reduce power bills by $275. On the 17th of February 2022, the Albanese government promised they would reduce power bills by $275. The Prime Minister on the 3rd of April 2022 promised again that he would reduce power prices by $275. On the 18th of May, only 3 days before the election this year, he promised that he would reduce power prices by $275, and since he was elected in May, can't mention it once. Not once can he mention that he will reduce power prices. The Treasurer opposite delivered a budget in October, and in that budget it said prices would go up by over 50% in the next 2 years. So what that means is that people back in Queensland, back in our electorates around the country, their power bills are increasing. Their gas prices are increasing. When they're throwing a shrimp on the barbie this Christmas and they go down and grab a swap-and-go cylinder, the prices are going up. The prices are going up. And so, not according to Hogan. It was throw another shrimp on the barbie. But thanks, Treasurer. It'd be nice if you could just lower power prices and do something about it in the budget, rather than recall Parliament at a cost of over $1 million. But anyway, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a big issue because what it shows is that the Prime Minister can't be trusted. This is a broken election promise, and the Albanese government cannot be trusted, and the people of Queensland need to know that. The other thing is that if you reduce power prices for 10 million households by $275, that's some $2.75 billion reduction. But instead, what we're getting is increases in power prices by 50%, and now the government brings in some package that we know nothing about that will invest $1.5 billion, so less than, $2.90 a household per week, and we don't even know where it's going. Is it going to the states? Is it going to all households? How will it actually reduce power prices? The reality is it won't. What will happen is that power prices will increase by 50% in the next 2 years, and then do we really believe that somehow that they'll then decrease by 50% because of this legislation that will be passed today with the support of the Greens? No. Labor needs the support of the Greens in the Senate, and they've done a midnight-hour deal with the Greens to actually get this legislation through. This is not good for the people of Petrie at all. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm concerned that what you'll see is for the people of Petrie and the people of Queensland and the people of Australia is increased power prices despite this bill being rushed through, recalling the parliament at a cost of over $1 million.
The question is that the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the member for Melbourne to the amendment moved by the Leader of the Opposition be disagreed to. And I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Deputy Speaker, prosperity is defined as economic well-being for everyone, not just a handful of greedy multinational gas companies who are exploiting both an Australian resource and a war for profit. That is why we're here today, because Australian consumers need people to fight for them in this House, to ensure that households and businesses can keep the lights on and keep people employed. To those householders in Goldstein, small business operators and manufacturers who I've spoken to about this over the last few months, you have brought us here today. These companies could have read the room and come to the table in good faith. Instead, they chose to profiteer while Australians struggle with energy prices dictated not by the ample supply here in Australia, but by international markets under Russian influence. I first raised the need for action last June, advocating for a windfall tax. Multinational fossil fuel companies operating in Australia will make a gross profit of up to $140 billion this year from Australian gas and coal. Still, today, the gas companies shriek about how unfair it is that gas prices will be capped at a reasonable level. And yet, at $12 a gigajoule, the profit across the spectrum of Australia's gas fields will sit at somewhere between $4 and $8. In Western Australia, gas companies have continued to make a handy profit since 2006, when that state introduced its gas reservation policy, even with prices in the $5 to $7 range. So spare me the performative histrionics. Arguably, setting a price at $12 is too high and will slow down our transition away from gas because it will artificially make it too profitable, just like the war. Indeed, 70% of East Coast gas is exported, and there's much continuing export profit to be made. Allowing Australian manufacturers to access energy at a reasonable price will not break these companies, who operate in an anti-competitive way as an effective cartel in the way that they control production and fix prices. The game is up. These companies should be careful crying wolf as they continue to make windfall profits from their export product and pay next to no corporate tax. It may be a week before Christmas, Deputy Speaker, but I am pleased to be here to represent my community on this issue. As the Australian Industry Group told me in a letter, the combination of actions chosen by the federal government, while far from perfect, is likely to be helpful overall in reducing energy affordability pressures on industry over the next few years and improving the long-term position of energy users. I agree, this is imperfect and will at best stop prices from skyrocketing further rather than bringing them down. It's time to get as many households as possible off gas. I look forward to discussions with the government to revolutionise household energy use so our communities are not beholden to global companies who've shown little care for the Australian people, the Australian economy or the Australian environment. And I will support this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the member for Melbourne to the amendment moved by the Leader of the Opposition be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Where is the $275 reduction in household electricity accounts promised by Labor on 97 occasions leading up to the federal election? Since being elected, this has not been mentioned once. Now, with the looming energy crisis, electricity costs are set to rise more than 56%, and Labor's appalling solution is rightfully received as an outcry from our community. This is why some have labelled their set of measures as a rhetoric of declaration of war on the coal and gas industry. The same industry groups they are combating are the same bodies who have helped Australia narrowly miss out on blackouts. Their cooperation and their input is vital. The Prime Minister and his government have repeatedly ignored warnings from energy operators. Doubling down on this rushed policy that we are debating today, their approach is anything that doesn't mess with their renewables pipe dream. Mark Samter of MST Marquee, who has been analysing global energy markets for over 20 years, described it as the single worst piece of energy policy. Deputy Speaker, let's go to the root cause of the issue. This is a supply and demand issue. If there is an oversupply, the price goes down. If there is an undersupply, the price goes up. We have an undersupply. We need more energy put into the grid, not market intervention that destabilises the entire industry and casts further doubt over Aussie household bills and the certainty of even keeping their lights on. We don't want to end up in a situation where we are gas rationing because of the shortages that will occur when there is not enough gas being produced. In Australia, we live in a market-based economy. No matter your ideology, the government simply must respect the market influences that drive profit and generate national wealth. This market-based economy also produces the product that we need. In this case, it's gas. The Labor government are more concerned with demonising the coal and gas industry and the companies that generate great wealth for our nation. I'm urging the government to set its focus on energy solutions that actually work. Credit Suisse energy analyst Sol Cavendish puts it perfectly. Now that Labor has violated industry trust, they are going to see how hard it is to keep the lights on without industry cooperation. He goes on, any collapse of the head of agreement is a sign that industry cooperation cannot be assumed any longer, raising the prospect of a Bowen blackout before the next election. With Labor, there is no certainty for business or for future investment. If we don't have energy at the right price in Australia, we're going to drive industry offshore. We don't want to do that. It's not right for the Australian people. The risk to Australia is enormous. If manufacturing industries decide to move offshore because it's easier to do business, or if companies decide not to invest in Australia, then we will have a situation where we lose jobs and people will lose their income. That's not something that can easily be undone, if you can be undone at all. But the economic uncertainty continues. Already, energy shares are declining. People are not willing to put their money behind the government's decision. Our major producers are forced into a position where they have to reinsure their investors that it's still a good idea to invest. Since the Prime Minister announced that he would introduce price caps, nearly all gas investment has dried up. Investors have withdrawn their funding on new developments. Without these new developments, the country will be left without long-term supply. Deputy Speaker, the Labor government are messing around with free enterprise by imposing price controls. We should heed the lessons of history. Price controls have been enforced numerous times and have only proved to be detrimental to the economy. Australians deserve a long-term plan, not a panic reaction that is laced with nice-sounding words, but beneath the surface lies very dark consequences. Labor is about to get a major lesson in how free markets work, and unfortunately Australians will be the collateral damage paying the price for their ignorance.
Order. The member's time has expired. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Dixon moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Melbourne moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after the House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Kooyong has now moved a further amendment. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Power bills make up a big proportion of household budgets in Indi. Our weekly income, our weekly median income, is just $736, almost $70 less than the Australian average. That's why I welcome a cap on gas prices at $12 a gigajoule for 12 months. I welcome this bill. But make no mistake, this is still a very high price to pay for gas, arguably too high. But we know without this intervention, gas prices will continue to increase. And it's not just households, Mr Deputy Speaker. Local manufacturing is particularly hard hit by these costs. Vitasoy has operated for 21 years in Wodonga and recently experienced massive sales increases. It employs well over 100 people. To meet this demand, it expanded that workforce, but the high gas prices have caused serious concern for this important manufacturer, and they tell me a cap on gas prices is a positive for Australian manufacturers like them. This bill also establishes a mandatory code of conduct which may set a reasonable pricing framework for gas, and I strongly support this. I look forward to seeing the detail once the consultation is complete. Importantly, today we're legislating appropriations for $1.5 billion of targeted relief for households receiving Commonwealth social service payments and some small businesses, and this will be very welcome to many of my constituents. I'm very encouraged by the government agreeing to develop a package for the next budget that will assist households and businesses move towards electrification, with the focus on low-income households through no-interest loans. For some time, I have been calling exactly for this policy. But the government must also make it cheaper and easier for everyday Australians to buy a home battery. In the last parliament, I introduced the Cheaper Home Batteries Bill, which would bring home batteries into the already existing small-scale renewable energy incentive scheme. And independent modelling showed that this could triple the number of batteries in Australian households within 3 years. The government must get on and do this. Likewise, the time is now for the Commonwealth to scale up support for community-owned renewable energy. Across regional Australia, there are incredible examples of communities working together to own and share renewable energy. And there is genuine opportunity right now for government to review how our ARENA can assist these groups. I welcomed the conversation I had with the Minister for Climate Change and Energy about exactly this not long after the election, and I remind him of that now. Let's scale up community energy. I support this bill today, but we all know that this is a temporary measure in a time of crisis. The recently announced Capacity Investment Scheme is encouraging because the real work now is the rapid scaling up of renewable generation, storage and distribution. In doing that, we must maximise the opportunity for investment that creates new skills and new jobs, especially in regional Australia, where most of this energy generation will occur. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The people of Townsville, in my electorate of Herbert, are doing it tough, with the cost of living pressures that have continued to rise. I support targeted, appropriate cost of living relief, but this policy and this bit of legislation has everything mashed in together. 6 months into this new government's first term, the lack of action on issues that affect the money in people's bank accounts, the grocery shop, their fuel bill, their power bill, is having an impact on their everyday life. The very fact that we are here today on an unscheduled sitting of Parliament to solve such an important problem is an example of this government's chaotic approach. Weeks and weeks of Parliament sittings since the election, days when we ran out of things to debate, and suddenly we're back here at a whim to sort out a problem that has been developing for months. I don't have any problem with travelling to Canberra to debate important issues. It's what we're elected to do. And as it's been said this morning, the opposition absolutely supports targeted and temporary cost of living relief. We always have. But it's this chaotic, knee-jerk, thought bubble approach that needs to stop. Because as we see with this unprecedented market intervention, this is going to be long-term pain for the people of Australia. Power prices to increase. The Australian Energy Regulator released its State of the Energy Market report for 2022 in September this year, 3 months ago now. And the report noted wholesale electricity prices across much of the NEM remain relatively low and rose rapidly to record highs in all regions in May, June and July 2022. We've seen this government be asleep at the wheel. This issue is not a new one, and this solution that we're debating today is rushed and not considered, as we've seen the legislation only be provided to the opposition at 8:45 last night. But they had already had support from the Greens without seeing the legislation, sight unseen support from the Greens, because that's their coalition, the Labor and the Greens government. As the Reserve Bank Governor, Secretary of Treasury, energy market experts and others have made clear, the answer to Labor's energy crisis is more supply. Getting more gas into Australia's domestic market will reduce electricity prices and inflation. Instead, we have a situation where we're talking about not just short-term price caps, which will give long-term powers to control the Australian energy sector. The government says the bill aims to create an overreaching framework to enable the government to regulate the gas market. It delegates powers to the executive, including public servants, to apparently enable regulation of most aspects of the gas market, for example, wholesale and retail activities, domestic sales and exports, and both prices and the amount, timing and location of gas to be supplied and other contract terms. These powers would be relied upon to introduce a yet-to-be-developed mandatory gas industry code of conduct. This is a move that has been labelled reckless, free market intervention and destructive legislation, with stakeholders saying the only thing this policy will achieve, if implemented, is less Australian gas production in 2023 and beyond. That sounds a lot like less supply to the market, not more. And the criticism doesn't stop there. Another expert has stated, we are concerned that the interventions—
It being 11:15, debate is interrupted in accordance with the resolution agreed to today. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Dixon moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. Subsequent amendments have been moved by honourable members. So the immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be disagreed to. I'll put that question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Melbourne be disagreed to. I'll put that question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
We're moving to the valley. We're moving to the shadow of the valley of death.
Yeah, we're on the other side. Yeah.
You're supposed to.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the Honourable member for Melbourne be disagreed to. The rise will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Parkes as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Melbourne and Brisbane as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 76, noes 5. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Dixon be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Against no? No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I'll ask the bells to be rung for the full 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Dickson be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable member for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 84, noes 40. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Complete government control. Right. Supposed to be democracy.
Lock the doors. The question is the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I again point the honourable members for Werriwa and Beans as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 85, noes 40. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The second reading is agreed to, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for other purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to move the amendment circulated in my name.
The member for North Sydney has the call.
Okay, these are quite extraordinary times that we find ourselves in, and it's unfortunate that this is being pursued so closely to the end of the year. Let's make no mistake, we're here today due to a sustained and consistent failure of past federal governments to look beyond the immediate political term and identify and navigate significant reform to bring our country to a better place overall. The blame cannot merely be shifted offshore to a Russian war. With that said, the legislation we have before us today is the instrument that is being offered, and given its potential impact and operation, it's important that it's properly scrutinised. Concerningly, looking at media reports, many Australians may be being falsely led to believe the reason this legislation is so urgent is that it is seeking to deliver cost relief for Australians prior to Christmas. The truth of this legislation is that this is not the case. The legislation we are discussing today will affect the market price available for gas and coal from mid-Q1 next year, with any impact not felt until Q2 2023. This legislation enables the flow of dollar-matched funds from the federal government via state governments to the energy providers themselves, with the end effect being the creation of an ecosystem where, rather than seeing a reduction in their bills, consumers will feel no increase or no additional pain. Fundamentally, it's akin to paying off one group to try and soften the effects on another. Sadly, the issues we are facing are not ones that were unexpected. Speaking on behalf of the people of North Sydney, we're disappointed that we find ourselves at this time of year trying to rapidly and critically review a significant piece of legislation with very little time to fully consult with those that need to be recognised as being most impacted. When it comes to the views of the people of North Sydney, though, I can confirm that residents are worried about the rising cost of energy bills. They overwhelmingly support windfall profits tax on fossil fuels. They do not support any compensation flowing from the government to gas or coal companies as part of this package, and they have huge enthusiasm to use this opportunity to fast-track the renewable rollout. This legislation will create a situation where the federal government is working with the eastern states in a dollar-matching scenario to effectively subsidise the cost of energy in a number of areas. Exactly how this will be done is still largely unknown, as the processes around distribution will be left to the state government. In moving this amendment today, I am moving it to extend the gas market energy price order from 12 months to 18 months to enable small to medium-sized energy providers with the certainty they need to secure favourable contract terms. Ultimately, the most important way we can reduce emissions across our country is to have residents and businesses buy their electricity from retailers of renewable electricity. And the reality is that these are the providers driving rapid transition to true green energy for households. At present, smaller electricity retailers who try to do the right thing by contracting their supply from renewable generators are being impacted by the wholesale price rises, and a number have stopped taking new customers. While the proposed legislation goes some way to addressing this by lowering wholesale prices for renewably backed small to medium-sized electricity retailers, the 12-month cap and gas price creates too much uncertainty for them to reliably negotiate commercially competitive binding contracts. Setting the cap to 18 months would provide sufficient time for small retailers to have long enough price certainty to lock their hedge contracts and deliver lower costs for consumers. This will help keep small retailers in the game for market diversity and consumer choice. Ultimately, the number of unknown factors relating to this legislation are still significant, and when looking at it objectively, we must recognise this is yet another example of short-term problem-solving rather than significant long-term positive reform. In the longer term, for us to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees, we must do everything we can to transition as quickly as possible away from fossil fuels. This is an opportunity for the government to look more holistically at the role fossil fuels play in our society and for us to move away from them. As a final cautionary note, I would also like to sound the potential for this intervention to be used as a cover for faster approval for new coal and gas projects, as has been the case in New South Wales. As in the case of the amendment I am moving today, my support for this bill is given on the condition that it does not indeed enable us to transition more quickly to a renewable and sustainable future, and it should not be mistaken for support for propping up industries of the past like coal and gas. We must remain squarely focused on an orderly and ambitious transition to a clean energy future. Thank you.
The question is the amendments we disagreed to. I'll give the call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Speaker. And I wanted to acknowledge the engagement by the crossbench and also the amendment just moved then by the honourable member. And also I wanted to say a couple of things about the amendment moved earlier on by the member for Kooyong. The government won't be supporting the member for North Sydney's amendment. But we do have the opportunity with the 6-month review of the $12 temporary cap to make sure that it's working as intended and that we've got the timeframes right. And so obviously around that time, as we review that cap, we will engage with the member and with other interested parties to make sure that the cap is working as it's intended. And I wanted to say to the member for Kooyong as well, to thank her for the conversations that we've had about her helpful suggestion that the ACCC make public some of the advice that we've received about the arrangements for the gas industry. And we weren't able to support it in the second reading amendment stage a moment ago, but we will look to provide some information from the ACCC to the public and to the member so that people can consider that on its own merits as well. I'm in discussions with the ACCC right now about the best way to facilitate that, but thank you to the member for Kooyong and the member for North Sydney for the suggestions that they've made. And also to everyone involved in the debate. So far I'm aware that this isn't a summing up, but this is the best opportunity to provide our view on a couple of the amendments that are made. Now obviously it's become clearer, Mr Speaker, in the last little while that what the opposition intends to do is to abandon the workers and industries and pensioners and small businesses of this country. And shortly, when the bells ring, those opposite will be voting for higher energy prices and for no household assistance for Australian families, pensioners and small businesses. And the position that we've heard put by those opposite is riddled with ridiculous contradiction after ridiculous contradiction. At the same time, simultaneously, Speaker, those opposite have said that we should have moved quicker on this, but that we're moving too fast and it needs to go off to a committee. They've said that they oppose it because they didn't have time to read it, and then at the same time they're saying that they oppose it because they've read it. They come up one after another and say prices are too high, but they refuse to do anything about it, Mr Speaker. And so one ridiculous contradiction after another. One ridiculous contradiction after the other. And that is for just one reason, Mr Speaker. All of these excuses, all of these alibis are all about covering up for a decade of policy failure that continues today, that has the member for Hume's fingerprints all over it. And the decade of failure that we've seen from those opposite has left us more vulnerable to these kinds of shocks that we're seeing in the international energy markets. So with their vote, Mr Speaker, and with their failures over a decade in government, they have left Australians and Australian industries more vulnerable, and it is left to us, working with the crossbench, to ensure that we are doing what we can to take some of the edge off these high and rising prices. Now, let's be clear. The Australian people expect us to act in their interests here, and they are watching. And they will know who stood up for them in this place today, and they will know who sold them out. And they will know who sold them out. A reminder to members who are interjecting, Mr. Speaker.
Members
the
on my
Hansard
left
records
will
the
cease
names.
interjecting.
The Hansard records the
member for
names, and they
Haslett
will know
will
who
cease
stood up
interjecting.
for Australians and their industries and who didn't in this place today, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know that this is a complex issue, and some of the issues in the energy markets have been building for some time, and they've been exacerbated by a war in Europe. Everyone knows that, and the solutions are complex as well, if we're frank about it. But the proposition for this parliament is very simple today, and the clock is ticking on those opposite. We can support energy bill relief, or you can oppose it. We can protect our manufacturing industry, or you can destroy it. We can save Australian jobs, or you can surrender Australian jobs with your vote today. We stand for families and pensioners, for Australian industries and for Australian jobs. Let's get this to the Senate and let's get this done.
The time for this debate has concluded. The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Order. Order. No. Is it order? There is far too much noise in the chamber. The Treasurer will cease interjecting. The member for Deakin will cease interjecting. Is a division required? There not being two voices, no division is required. The question now is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, as I said earlier, this has been a shambolic process from those opposite, with shambolic legislation, with shambolic ministers, and it will deliver shambolic outcomes, Deputy Speaker. And I'm going to spend a moment talking about some of those outcomes. Now, Hugo Chalmers over there is going to have complete control.
The member for Hume will refer to members by their correct title. Of all the people who knows that, he knows that is the rule in this place.
Yes, it's an absolutely important rule, and it should be applied consistently. I agree. Mr. Speaker. So the Treasurer over there will be given autocratic powers under this legislation, and of course, right at the heart of that is an aggressive price cap. But the bad news for the Treasurer is history, application, and the theory all tell us that aggressive price caps are bad for consumers and make customers worse off. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me take you those opposite through both the theory, the application and the history on exactly this issue. And I went right back to microeconomics from the 1980s here. It was Sydney University textbook, which I will point out that the Minister for Energy was there, educated, perhaps with this textbook, Jack Hirschleifer, back in the 1990s, as was ostensibly at least the Prime Minister, Jack Hirschleifer, the Prime Minister. And of course, on page 231, there's a wonderful exposition of aggressive price caps. And what the textbook says is supplies will be lost, leaving less available for consumers. That's what it says, Mr. Speaker. It goes on to say the cumulative effect may be a breakdown of legitimate trade, and then it goes on to document how this will make consumers worse off, not better off, Mr. Speaker. Now, when we look at history, we see exactly this. Of course, those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Because in the 1970s, the US President, Nixon at the time, imposed price caps, a 90-day price cap. It was a complete disaster, triggering stagflation and ultimately a disaster within the US economy. Now, Gough Whitlam sought to replicate exactly the same thing in 1973. Took it to a referendum, and the Australian people rejected it, Mr. Speaker. And they rejected it because they understood queuing up to get your petrol, being rationed, was not what they wanted. Ultimately, the cost to consumers were higher than were worthwhile to the Australian public. Now, Mr. Speaker, those opposite are failing to listen to experts and the industry as to what will happen as a result of this legislation. And I look at one of the industry players who has said on the 12th of December in the AFR, this reckless free market intervention by the government will divert investment away and, in the result, reduce supply. Now, what happens when you reduce supply, Mr Speaker? What happens when you reduce supply? Prices go up to consumers. And what's remarkable about this legislation is that they're controlling the price. The Treasurer there, with this autocratic legislation, controlling the price from the producers, but they're ignoring the consumers. They're ignoring the consumers. There's no impact on bringing down prices to consumers in this legislation. It's all about their disdain for the producers. Now, let me talk a little bit more about what some of the other producers have said. Meg O'Neill, the CEO of Woodside, one of the major producers of gas in the Bass Strait, has said it will make it difficult for industry to economically invest to deliver supply. That's what they've said. The supply is simply not going to be there. And she goes on to say the unprecedented market intervention announced risks driving investment out of the system. And we've heard Credit Suisse say in recent days the damage has already started. Nearly all gas contracting has shrivelled up in the last few days, Mr Speaker. So my question to the minister is: the media release stated that the average Australian family would be $230 worse off next year if we do not take action. What modelling was undertaken by the Treasury to provide this figure? Will the government commit to tabling that modelling?
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
I rise in support of this bill. I rise in support of this because I think families and businesses in this country are hurting, and on the basis they're hurting because of a war overseas, and that has driven a fossil fuel price crisis. I do not like to intervene in markets. I don't genuinely think that's the role of government, but in this case I think we've been left with no choice, and I feel that the bill, while I have concerns about it, is appropriate, and in terms of not rising inflation and in not interfering with our overseas contracts. I support what the Greens have put forward to make sure that we invest in household electrification and moving our families in Australia off fossil fuels. My question really is about what we're going to do in terms of the long term, because Australia is currently running a capital account deficit. This is something that hasn't really happened for 50 years. This is a time where we need an unprecedented investment in capital. And we need to find a long-term way in managing our resources and our energy markets so that companies have the certainty to invest, that our communities are protected from price spikes in the future, driven by external circumstances such as wars, and also that our community benefits from increased prices when they happen and they're unexpected. So this is the question that I think is a long-term question in front of the parliament, and that is a question I put to the Treasurer. Thank you.
The question is the amendments be that the questions of the bill be agreed to. We'll give a call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And in light of the lack of detail and advance notice of this bill, there are any number of questions that need to be answered. I'll start with this one, if I may. In situations where gas demand is forecast to exceed available supply, who decides who gets $12 gas and who goes without? Which minister or department will be responsible for making that decision, and on what basis will it be made? And further, will gas power generation be prioritised, or will the lights be allowed to go out? Another question goes to confusion caused by the government between the various documents associated with the bills. The consultation paper on the Treasury website says the Western Australian gas market will be excluded from the price cap. Which section of the primary legislation excludes Western Australia from that price cap? Further on this issue, how can Western Australia be excluded from the price cap under section 53ZG of the primary legislation? Further, how does section 53ZZ clause 2 not directly conflict with section 53ZG of the primary legislation? Further, does the bill or an instrument made under it prohibit a gas user from buying gas on a long-term contract and subsequently exporting it? Does the bill or an instrument made under it prohibit a gas user from buying gas on a long-term contract and subsequently reselling it in the spot market? The media release from the Prime Minister of 9 December stated, I quote, "The Commonwealth Government will partner with states and territories to deliver targeted and temporary relief on power bills to eligible Australian households and small businesses that are customers of electricity retailers." My question is, what is the mechanism for this? Also, will a small business with a turnover of $50 million benefit from energy price relief under this bill? Will a small business with 25 staff benefit from energy price relief under this bill? How many small businesses in Queensland will benefit from energy price relief from this bill? Will a small manufacturing business in Queensland, employing 15 staff with an annual energy consumption of 102 megawatt hours, benefit from energy price relief from this bill? All of these questions you would expect the minister to be able to answer, and I shall close early to give him the opportunity to do so.
There you go. The question now is, this bill be now agreed to, and give the call to the order. Members on my left. The question is the bill be agreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. This week our phones and emails have been running really hot in our Ryan electorate office, with people truly distressed about huge cost of living pressures. Steep rises in energy bills are a significant challenge. People are absolutely desperate for relief. People are in real pain. So let's be crystal clear about where the problem lies and who's been causing this pain. As so many other speakers have said today, coal and gas corporations have been driving up these prices, profiteering off war and making exorbitant profits from the suffering of everyday Australians. And the government's been talking about handing out compensation for what is in reality, to them, a very modest price cap. And I call this out as nothing other than using our tax dollars for charity for big corporations, and that's ridiculous cruelty. These coal and gas corporations made $152 billion this year in exports. They don't need to be rewarded the extra cash. Everyday Australians do. And the people of Ryan are calling on the government to be sensible and responsive about this and to look after people rather than the interests of their mates in the fossil fuel industry. So here's what the people of Ryan think we should do instead. We should institute a windfall tax on the excessive profits of coal and gas corporations. We should be using that money to cap people's power bills and at the level they were before the war in Ukraine. We should be bringing energy retail back into public ownership so that there aren't energy retailers making these huge markups, selling on energy they don't even produce, our energy. We should be expediting the transition to a clean energy economy so this doesn't ever happen again. And on a broader level, the fact that the government is finally capping prices on domestic coal and gas shows just how possible it is for the government to actually take more control over an essential service like energy. So this year's actually put a big question mark around the way we run energy as a market-based system meant to deliver maximum profits, even to government corporations, rather than run it based on delivering people's needs.
Concluded. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 85, noes 41. This bill has been agreed to. The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has now been agreed to. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for other purposes.
And I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the House.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting of the House to the date of its next sitting.
I'll put the question. All of those with opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This motion takes account of the very long speaking list that have emerged on the motion of condolence that the Prime Minister is about to move. I understand I'm moving this motion with the support of the opposition. So I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the resolution agreed to today being varied as follows. Paragraph 12, omit 1:30 p.m. and substitute 3 p.m.
I'll put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 12 December 2022 of Constable Rachel McCrow, Constable Matthew Arnold and Mr Alan Dare. Place on record its acknowledgement of their bravery and sacrifice in the line of duty and tender our sympathy to their families in their bereavement. Mr Speaker, Monday the 12th of December should have been an ordinary summer's day on the Western Downs, a day of warmth under that big blue sky, a day of peace. Instead, that quiet was shattered by the gunfire of an atrocity, a vicious and deadly ambush that has stolen lives, broken hearts, devastated a community and shocked our nation. On Monday afternoon, 4 Queensland police officers from the Tara Police Station, all still just in their 20s, young people serving their community, a rich and full life ahead of them, were sent out on what was supposed to be a routine check. Just an ordinary part of the job that they were so proud to do. But the property they were visiting was no normal home or farm. It was, unbeknown to them, a fortress and an armoury. As the Queensland Police Commissioner, Katarina Carroll, has said, they did not stand a chance. Constables Matthew Arnold and Rachel McCrow were murdered. Constable Randall Kirk was shot and wounded, and Constable Keely Bruff assumed that she too would die, either shot by her pursuers or burned alive when they set the grass that she was sheltering in on fire to try and drive her out. Constable Bruff grabbed her phone to seek assistance for her colleagues, and then she texted her loved ones what she imagined would be her final goodbyes. Even then, surrounded by danger and death, her first thought was for her fellow officers. It is a miracle that Keely survived. Tragically, Alan Dare did not. A neighbour who came to the property's front gate, driven by that great Australian instinct to help. An innocent Australian who paid for his kindness and concern with his life. Mr Speaker, police officers in regional Australia are servants of the community and they're part of its fabric. I've been speaking with the Mayor, Paul McVeigh, and also I had discussions with the local MP, the Leader of the Nationals, David Littleproud, about the nature of their communities. Over 200 Tara residents gathered at their police station to observe a minute's silence for Matthew and Rachel. The Queensland Police Union Chief Executive Ian Levers said, "In Chinchilla, they've run out of flowers. They are such a close-knit and caring communities, and the loss of these lives has fallen hard on a great many people. The community are gathering. Community tomorrow night will hold events in both Tara and Chinchilla. I'm advised by the Mayor that they are taking measures such as the local car wash is donating every dollar that goes through there to the families. The community are donating everything from sausages and other food and beverages so that they can gather together to mourn together. Locals have been saddened by these deaths and shocked by such a senseless atrocity. An act of violence and bloodshed so sudden, so cruel, so alien to the community and country they know, and so far beyond rational comprehension. Part of the responsibility that all of us have is not just the solemn duty of remembering and honouring those who were killed. It is examining what drove their killers and finding a way to draw that poison out of our nation. Our nation mourns with all those who loved Matthew Arnold, Rachel McCrow and Alan Dare. We know that for their families this Christmas there will be a place at the table not taken, an empty space of grief and loss that the years will never be able to fill. To those families we say again today, Australia mourns with you. And we mourn also with the bigger community and the larger family to which all police officers, past and present, belong, including, I want to note, the Leader of the Opposition who served as a Queensland police officer. Because we understand that every death in the line of duty strikes at the hearts of all those who serve and casts a shadow over all those who wait for their loved ones to come home from work. Mr. Speaker, it is true that every police officer knows the risks that they face in their life of duty. They are all too aware of the dangers, and yet they do their job each and every day regardless. They do it for us, for our communities, for our nation. That is courage. It is public service at the highest level. And today and every day, we pay tribute to each and every one of the police officers who serve us and protect us. Last night, the Attorney-General and I went to the police memorial here in Canberra that overshadows the lake to lay a wreath of respect with, as well, the Acting Commissioner of the Australian Federal Police, Ian McCartney, who's here with us today. And I welcome you, sir, and I thank you and all of your fellow officers for their service. I also acknowledge today in the gallery joining us the Acting Deputy Commissioner, Lisa Gale, and the Acting Assistant Commissioner, Stephen D'Amato. Mr. Speaker, we grieve for Alan Dare, and we grieve for Matthew Arnold and Rachel McCrow, who have paid a price that no one who puts on the uniform should ever have to pay. We can never count the true cost. We can never repay the full debt. All we can offer is the humble thanks of a grateful nation and the heartfelt condolences of the Australian people. With honour they served, may they rest in peace.
And I'll give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister in his fine words, and acknowledge in the gallery today, representing the police family, Acting Commissioner Ian McCartney, Acting Deputy Commissioner Lisa Gale and Acting Assistant Commissioner Stephen Demetto. In the aftermath of the tragedy, we reflect on what we've lost and what we've learned. Constable Rachel McCrow was sworn in as a police officer last year. Her friends said she was a selfless-natured person, a genuine care for others. She was a person that always went above and beyond and took pride in her job. Constable Matthew Arnold was a triplet. His former principal said that he was a talented athlete and that he will be remembered as a man of service, of integrity and compassion. Alan Dare was due to celebrate his 26th wedding anniversary on Wednesday. A resident of Tara described him as a kind man who looked after disadvantaged teenagers. Constable McCrow, Constable Arnold and Mr Dare meant so much to so many. And for those many, of course, there will be much pain and sadness now and enduring. For those of us who didn't know Constable McCrow or Constable Arnold and Mr Dare, we'll continue to hear about their lives and their deeds in many tributes. Our nation clearly has lost three wonderful Australians. Three people who embodied compassion, commitment, and courage during their lives and in their final moments. Certainly those qualities that we will remember and which we will revere. It's those qualities which will continue to inspire confidence in us to confront evil wherever it lurks. Mr Speaker, I want to also acknowledge and pay tribute to Constable Randall Kirk and Constable Keely Brough. As the Prime Minister pointed out, and others have said, their bravery, their composure and their quick thinking in extreme has helped save their own lives as well as others in calling for backup. And I certainly wish Constable Kirk a speedy recovery from his wounds. Mr Speaker, at the National Police Memorial here in Canberra there is a walkway, and engraved into that walkway are the words of loved ones, fellow officers and community members in memory of those they lost. There are these tributes. She had special qualities of reliability, of dedication and community spirit. And another. That man was a godsend to the area. It needed someone just like him. And whilst those words speak to specific individuals, of course they also capture the ethos of Australia's law enforcement community. Australians have always been able to rely on those who wear the uniform at a state and federal level. They go into the line of fire and into danger zones so that we don't have to. And I hope that the virtues displayed by Constables McCrow, Arnold, Kirk and Brough continue to inspire the next generation of young police officers. Mr Speaker, I want to acknowledge the work of Commissioner Katarina Carroll, her bravery, her leadership, her inspiration. Equally, I want to acknowledge the contribution, the support of the Queensland Police Union headed by Ian Levers and the associations and the Federation that do great work around the country in providing that day-to-day support and the support in years to come. The depravity of this incident is what has struck hardest. On September the 29th, many of us went to police memorials around the country for the commemoration day. to mark those who had lost their lives in the service of their state or the Commonwealth. And every one of them a tragedy. But in this instance, what has hit hardest across the country is the execution style and the complete disregard for the human beings that these officers were. The premeditated nature of the attack, the callous lack of heeding the pleas that would have echoed in between the gunshots. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the work of all of those who attended the scene, the forensics officers, special emergency response team officers, those included in the many police officers who will be scarred from this experience. By chance, as I returned from Toowoomba earlier this week, we came onto a highway to return from Toowoomba back to Brisbane, and the motorcade was there. And carrying the bodies of the officers, the highway blocked as they progressed down to Brisbane to the John Tong Centre. And it was a reminder of the good and the bravery that they displayed. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister for the condolence motion today. I say thank you to all of those that have provided support and comfort to the families involved, all of those that have attended police stations. There are many reports of local communities, particularly in Western Queensland, running out of flowers, and the tributes will continue for some time to come. Our thoughts are obviously also with the officers of the Tara and Chinchilla police stations, but the Queensland Police Service more broadly, the Wyambilla community, represented ably by the Leader of the Nationals here today. It's particularly difficult as we head into Christmas. We should all spare a thought and a prayer for those who have lost their lives, but for those who continue to serve over Christmas to keep us and our families safe.
The question is the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to join the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and all members of this House to express my deepest condolences to the families of Constable Matthew Arnold, Constable Rachel McCrow and Mr Alan Dare. 3 people who went to help others and lost their lives in a cold-blooded ambush. 3 lives cut short, 3 futures denied. 3 families left heartbroken at a time when families across the country are preparing to join together to celebrate Christmas. For these 3 families, there will be an empty seat and grief instead of celebration. We think of their loved ones who grieve their loss. We grieve with them. The police involved in this tragedy were dedicated members of the Queensland Police Service. Any police officer will tell you they are members of the broader police family, and there is no police officer unaffected by this tragedy. Today, we pay tribute to those who responded to this terrible attack with quick action, with kindness, grace and compassion. This includes the police officers and other first responders who arrived at the scene ready to help. The communities of Wyambula, Tara and Chinchilla have suffered an unspeakable tragedy. We will stand with them. Today we recognise and honour Constable Randall Kirk and Constable Keely Bruff, who in the face of grave danger survived, demonstrating extraordinary bravery and ensuring their colleagues could be retrieved. They will walk through life with the scars and memories of that day. We will walk with them. Like so many Australians do every day, Mr Dare went to check on a neighbour, thinking he could lend a hand in their time of need. No one should meet his fate when going to the aid of others. We must never accept that police attending a property or a neighbour coming to offer help will be met with such violence, such brutality. The response of the community, the outpouring of love, the way we've come together shows Australians never will. Yesterday evening I was honoured to join the Prime Minister and the Acting Federal Police Commissioner Ian McCartney to lay a wreath at the National Police Memorial in Canberra. I acknowledge Acting Commissioner McCartney, who joins us today representing all Australian police. The National Police Memorial is simple, unobtrusive. It's a place of contemplation. It sits just across the lake from here, a wall of touchstones bearing the names of officers who've died in the line of duty. Sadly, the names of Constable Matthew Arnold and Constable Rachel McCrow will now be added to the long list of fallen officers. As I stood with police officers paying their respects, I reflected on the fact that each of these brave men and women accept the risk of danger every day. They and those who love them know there may be a day they won't come home from work, and yet each day they get up and put their uniform on. Despite the fear, the pain of losing colleagues, the worry of their loved ones, they continue to protect and serve their communities. We honour Constable Arnold and Constable McCrow alongside all those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. We also honour Mr Dare, who went to his neighbour's property to see if he could lend a hand. This has been a sad week, Mr Speaker. The House joins as one in grief to mark these three brave Australians.
The question is the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I firstly thank the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, not just as the member for Maranoa, but as a boy from Chinchilla. The innocence of this nation, but also two small Western Queensland towns, were shattered on Monday, when 4 officers, 2 from Tara, Constable McCrow and Constable Arnold, and Constable Bruff and Kirk, left their stations on a routine job, one with pure intent to serve their community. And they were met with malicious intent, with a vile outcome that shattered the innocence of 2 small country towns, the likes we've never seen before, something we hope we never see again. The bravery of Constable Bruff and Kirk in the line of fire, being able to escape a situation they weren't prepared for, that had no intelligence that it was coming, is something that mere mortals would find hard to comprehend. To see 2 of their colleagues slain in cold-blooded murder, one of the most vile acts that I've seen and heard, to those that are prepared to put their lives on the line for us. As a society, we're better than that, and we are. And our communities are. While this is a stake to the heart of 2 small country towns, it's not the end. In fact, it's only solidified the strength, solidified our reverence for those that serve our community. Because once you become a country copper, you become part of the community. There is a sense of protection of our police in the bush, because in our hour of need we know that they are there to protect us, isolated from much of the rest of the world. And so they are one of us. And to have this happen in these communities where the reverence of those that serve us is the most exalted position, above politicians, above mayors, is something that has torn our community and rocked our community to the core. But I'm proud of the fact that our community wraps our arms around those that continue to serve us, but also Alan Dare's family, a husband, a father, a grandfather, who yesterday, with Kerry, celebrate 26 years of marriage, 26 years of marriage together, living a peaceful, happy life, but doing what we all do in the bush. When someone needs help, you step up. And Alan Dare, with another neighbour, stood up. They went to help a neighbour. They walked into the line of fire. He paid the ultimate price. His family has paid the ultimate price, along with these two brave constables. And to that family, I'm proud of my community. It's already raised $56,000 to help the Dare family, to help them in whatever small way that is. Whatever outpouring that we can show in a monetary sense or whatever, our community is there. And to these officers, our community is there. And so, while to these families we have no words, there's no explanation to this. You cannot explain the inconceivable, the vile actions of these individuals. What we have to take strength from and believe in, that as a community and as a country, that their legacy, their honour, is what we, as custodians of this great democracy in this great country and of our great communities, will come together and solidify around the loss, the huge loss that these families now face. And in our part of the world, Mr Speaker, you're only classified as a local if you're born and lived in these towns all your life. But to Alan, Rachel and Matthew, you're now locals. You're now the greatest locals we've ever had.
The question is the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Cybersecurity and Home Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I say first to the member for Maranoa, on behalf of all of us in the chamber, on behalf of all of our communities, can we just express our deepest sorry to you as a representative for your area? This is a horrible incident and I truly am sorry. The PM has shared some beautiful words with the chamber, Speaker. To hear that there's a town here that's run out of flowers, I think that says it all. There is something very, very special about the kind of community that we see in country Australia, and you've spoken very movingly about how this will affect the people who live there. Can I say too to the opposition leader, we have plenty of arguments in this chamber, and today we're all on the same side of politics, and I just want to acknowledge to the opposition leader that we all see and understand how much this will affect you personally, and we thank you for your service in uniform to your community. Speaker, our country today is in mourning. We've lost two brave young people who put on a uniform to serve their community. We've lost a member of the public who died undertaking his own act of bravery. We've got two police officers who are injured and traumatised. These were heroic Australians doing heroic acts who have, in these three instances, lost their lives. So to lose your life in the service of your community, without question, this is a tragedy for our country. Our hearts go out particularly to Queensland Police, who are now investigating a horrible crime that has occurred in the process of mourning two of their members. Policing is difficult, dangerous work, and I'm very grateful to the service of those officers around this country. We heard the Attorney-General express the government's thanks to the police officers who are here in the chamber, and I extend my grateful thanks to them too. The Queensland Police will, of course, lead an investigation here into what has occurred and do the very important and diligent work of ascertaining what the motivations of violence were in this case. And I would say to the country, we need to allow the police some time and space to do that work. Australians should know that their security agencies are actively considering the implications of this matter for the national security of our country, the implications of online radicalisation, of misinformation and violent extremism. There is a lot of media reporting and speculation about what has motivated these three people to perform the despicable acts of violence that they did. A lot of what comes out in the immediate aftermath of a tragedy is incorrect, and we need to pause a little bit here before we get into the discussion about what's happened. It's really important that we let law enforcement and national security agencies do their job. Once the picture does start to clarify, it is likely that radicalisation will form a part of it. Radicalisation is not new, but it is absolutely clear from events here and around the world that conspiracy theories, disinformation and misinformation, problems as old as time, are being turbocharged by technology into terrible acts of violence. They are presenting a new kind of threat to our national security. There will be deep and very important policy questions for us here as a parliament to think about how our country prevents and deals with acts of violent extremism. But today is not the day for those discussions. Today is a day for grieving. And again, I express my deepest sympathies for all of those who are affected by this horrible act of violence. If I can say briefly too, in my role as a local member, just how much I'm thinking of the police officers who protect the community that I live in and love in Hotham. The work you do is so important to our community, and we are thinking of all of you who are protecting us during this difficult period ahead and through into Christmas. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member for the Minister for Home Affairs. The question is the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise in support of this motion led by the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. It is times like this when we come together as a parliament, and I want to particularly acknowledge the heartfelt speech of all of those that have given to this contribution, but particularly that of the Leader of the Opposition. As a past-serving police officer, you know better than just about anybody else in this place, but I also acknowledge other members who have served wearing the uniforms in this place. We acknowledge the deaths of Constable Rachel McCrow here today, aged 29, and Constable Matthew Arnold, aged 26. No person should go to work and not come home, whether that be on a building site or, in this case, on a farm in the Western Darling Downs. When I heard the news that was coming through on Monday night, I, like most of us, experienced a great sense of grief and despair. I put something up on Facebook and was flooded by responses by everyday Australians and Queenslanders. Good people who refuse to acknowledge that this is not what we are as Australians. Members of the Queensland Police Service, 17,000 members, form a community of 66,000 police officers around this country who go to work every day to serve their communities, to serve us. They know that like members of the military, that one day they may be called upon to make the ultimate sacrifice, but of course none of them would ever expect to do that. But they do it, they join up, they do it to protect us as citizens. And as we remember Constable Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold, and obviously also Alan Dare today, as we remember them, we remember their sacrifice, we remember the sense of service that they gave and that their colleagues continue to give. We remember their other colleagues, Constable Keely Bruff and Randall Kirk, who was wounded. the sort of unspeakable grief that those survivors will be living with for the rest of their lives, we'll never understand, nor will we understand the grief that the scenes of crime officers, the CERT officers, the other officers that came and retrieved the deceased. We'll never understand that. These men and women in uniform run to the sound of trouble when most of us would run away. I want to acknowledge Commissioner Katarina Carroll. I want to acknowledge the work that's been done by Ian Levers, who is a great Queenslander and a great contributor and representative of his colleagues in QPS. I want to just say to Australians and Queenslanders and members in this place who've served in this uniform, if you have an interaction with police, whether it be today, tomorrow, next week, please acknowledge them for the service that they have performed and continue to perform. Acknowledge them, thank them for their service. We thank our military and our veterans, as we should, but we very rarely thank our emergency service workers. Our emergency service workers sadly see so much carnage, whether it be on the roads or in domestic violence, or worse in this case. And we need, as a community, as an Australian community, to throw our arms around them and let them know, as the Australian community, that we love them, we care for them, we thank them for their service, and we will help support them in any way we can, whether that's in Tara or Chinchilla or Maroochydore, Alexandra, Headland, doesn't matter where it is in Australia. Go up to a member of the QPS or police service today, or an AMBO or a firing, and say thank you for your service. Thank you for putting your life on the line every single day of your working life so that we can have better lives as Australians. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank the member for Fisher. The question is that the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Most Australians from a young age are familiar with the police. From Adopt a Cop in our schools to Anzac Day services and parades, Neighbourhood Watch, Crime Stoppers, they see their local police officers in their clubs and associations. At their fetes, festivals and faith-based groups, they are respected. They are not a force but a service, and with honour they serve. Australians in regional areas are used to young constables being transferred to their communities. They are embraced by them. The local community becomes their community. Tara is like so many country Queensland towns, with services remote and even more remote areas like Williambilla. For all Australians, but even more so for regional Queenslanders, decentralisation means the bonds of friendship and feeling are more intense. The recent events are shocking, incomprehensible, a monstrosity of barbarity beyond any form of sane understanding. 4 young police officers doing what they were expected to do, what they were trained to do, follow up a missing persons report. To be ambushed and executed in cold blood is beyond words. This was senseless slaughter. A neighbour doing what any good neighbour does, seeing if he could help. A good Samaritan act, and yet gunned down without mercy. Our hearts, our deepest sympathy and condolences go out to the grieving family and friends of the 2 brave police officers slain. Constable Matthew Arnold, 26 years of age, and Constable Rachel McCrow, 29 years of age, younger than my daughters. Lives cut down short. I pay tribute to those police officers for their service, and I grieve for their families. I pay tribute to the serving police officers, Constable Randall Kirk and Constable Keely gruff. How they'll ever get their lives back is beyond belief. Their lives will never be the same. I pay tribute to Alan Dare, whose neighbourly instinct led him to try and help, and who tragically was murdered. I pay tribute to these specially trained tactical police officers who showed immense courage and yet terminated the lives of the murderous trio. They risked their lives, and the bullet holes on the armoured police vehicle shows that under tremendous hail of bullets they retrieved the bodies of their comrades slain. Bridges in Brisbane Central are coloured in blue and white of the Queensland Police Service. The sight of those colours on the uniform of an officer of the Queensland Police during cyclones and bushfires and floods are always comforting to Queenslanders, particularly regional Queenslanders. Flowers and tributes from Tara to Brisbane and around Australia have been laid at police stations and elsewhere. Outpourings of sympathy and grief. In November 2018, I joined so many at the official opening of the new Queensland Police Memorial located in Brisbane City's Botanic Gardens, a place of reflection for family members and colleagues and the community to honour and pay respects to fallen Queensland Police Service members, the first of whom was killed back in 1861. Over 150 since, and very sadly the names of the fallen from the Tara station will be added by necessity, fitting to do so. Each year, in each federal electorate around the country, services of remembrance and commemoration are held for officers who paid the ultimate sacrifice, done on a National Police Remembrance Day which first started in 1989. I want to thank the extraordinary performance of Queensland Police Commissioner Katarina Carroll and her senior ranks for the support they've shown the Queensland police community in the last few days. I extend my deepest sympathy to them. I extend that sympathy to the Queensland police officers in my electorate, in Ipswich, the Somerset region and based at the Corona Downs Police Station as well. I pay tribute to the outstanding performance of the General President and CEO of the Queensland Police Union, Ian Levers, someone known to many in this chamber, across the aisle and deeply respected. His work and the work of his union members in their senior ranks has been exemplary. Ian, I contacted him and asked him what I could say on his behalf. I couldn't think of a better thing to say than his own words that in the statement he released from the Union on the day of the tragedy. The events of today remind us that our job as police is always dangerous. It never stops and comes at a heavy cost to us all. It is also a stark reminder of what we risk every day. We know that when we leave home to go to work each day, there are never any guarantees we'll come home at the end of the day. These officers' lives have been cut down tragically short for one reason and one reason alone, for simply doing their job, and we Queensland Police remember and honour them. These are great words, but simple words from Ian Levers. Ian and his team have wrapped their loving arms around the Queensland police community and their loved ones. I thank Ian and the union leadership for their empathy and ongoing commitment to their colleagues, fallen and alive. It has been exemplary. The union has a memorial fund, and Ian's asked me to let the public know that that memorial fund's been set up that people can donate funds, and all the funds will go to and assist the families of Matthew and Rachel. And I would encourage the public to do so. There's an old saying in St John's Gospel which states that greater love has no one than this, that someone should lay down their life for their friends. The words are ancient, but their relevance is contemporary. These police officers have given their lives in the service of their community, their state and their country. They paid a price they should never have had to pay. The least we can do is follow their example and support their colleagues. support their family and their friends. They were doing their jobs, but they were heroes. They will rest in peace, but not be forgotten.
Yeah.
I thank the member for Blair. The question is that the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Speaker. It's with a very heavy heart that I rise to speak on this condolence motion and tribute to those who were involved in this terrible event. As a former Queensland police officer, it truly is a tragedy. On the 12th of December 2022, 4 police officers attended a property at Wynbilla, south of Chinchilla, in response to a request for assistance with a routine missing persons inquiry from New South Wales. They got there at 4:30 and faced a hail of bullets. 2 of the officers were struck down almost immediately, whilst the others were able to make a retreat. Constable Matthew Arnold and Constable Rachel McCrow were both murdered in what appears to be a calculated ambush. Constable Randall Kirk, who was shot in the leg and managed to retreat, and Constable Keely Bruff, who took cover in nearby bush. I'll just say, in relation to Constable Bruff, what you must have gone through in those hours before backup arrived would have been horrific, and you acted with the highest degree of bravery, and I pay tribute to your actions. Ian Dare, a neighbour who came out, as has been said here, to do what Australians do, was also gunned down, and the loss that his family are feeling right now is equal to any, and I pay tribute to him and acknowledge that loss. Speaker, the police are the public and the public are the police. The police being only members of the public who are paid to give full-time attention to duties which are incumbent on every citizen in the interests of community welfare and existence. They're the words of Sir Robert Peel, the father of modern-day policing, and they're as relevant in 2022 as they were in the early 1800s when he said them. As a former country cop, before coming in to this place, they're extremely relevant. You're a part of the community. You keep order, you help people, they rely on you and you rely on them. That's policing in Australia, and I think that is part of why this has struck so deep. Attacks like this, they attack the very fabric of who we are. Yes, there's a tragic, tragic loss of life here, but when citizens turn on each other in this way, it's us turning on us, and it's horrible, and we have to do everything to work out why and make sure it doesn't happen again. The police that were attending, those officers that we're paying tribute today to, they were going there to help. They were going there on a missing persons job, a simple call-out. You're going there to make sure someone's okay. That's what you're going there for, to find them and say, you all right? Someone's worried about you. There's a call being made to the police. That's what they were going there for, to help. And unfortunately, one of the people that they were going to help had very different intentions. And that's what we've seen play out. As a former policeman, I've received a lot of messages over the past few days from colleagues, members of the community, expressing their grief and horror, anger, sadness. But one thing they've all, without exception, have said is this just doesn't happen in Australia. This is not Australia. And that is so true. We see this in other parts of the world. Not Australia. I pay tribute also to the bravery of the local police who, after receiving the information that they were heading into a situation where their lives would be put on the line, where they would more than likely be shot at, they went in there and they hoped to rescue Matthew and Rachel, but unfortunately they retrieved them. But they did so under a hail of fire, and to them I say, you are heroes. That's a word that's bandied about a lot these days, but you truly are heroes. To the Special Emergency Response Team that goes there with the very, very real and difficult job of stopping the threat, I commend you for your performance in your duty. It must not be easy to know that when you're called out, there is a strong chance that you are going to have to take the life of another citizen. That's a heavy, heavy job, and they are also unsung heroes a lot of the time, and I pay tribute to them for stopping that threat and containing it. A terrible, terrible job to have to do, but they did it. I also pay tribute to Ian and his team at the police union. They're there in the good times and they're there in the bad times. And I know from my experience as a cop, I relied on the Queensland Police Union for their support, and they're doing that now, and I commend that. I commend them. A total of 6 people were killed on that day. 2 police officers and 1 innocent neighbour, and 3 gunmen, offenders. 2 other young police officers suffered injuries, no doubt that will remain with them for the rest of their lives. In conclusion, I honour Constable Matthew Arnold and Constable Rachel McCrow. They made the ultimate sacrifice. I extend my deepest sympathies to their family. I also pay tribute to their colleagues, the first responders who attended, and all those involved.
I thank the member for Wide Bay. The question is the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the member for Richmond.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise today with an extremely heavy heart, and a heart that's been rocked by the tragedy that we have seen out of Queensland this week. The fact is a national tragedy occurred on Monday the 12th of December 2022, and the lives of 2 bright and promising young Australians were cruelly ripped away from all of us. And I honour the fallen to remember Constable Matthew Arnold and Constable Rachel McCrow, and to recognise the hard work and dedication of their colleagues, Constable Randall Kirk and Constable Keely Bruff. And I share in the collective grief of our nation and of our parliament, and extend my heartfelt sympathies to our wider police family. And Deputy Speaker, police know there's a risk when we walk out the door, and we know that this risk can have a catastrophic impact on the lives of those we love and who love us. Yet in spite of this, police turn up. They show up at the worst times in people's lives, and they do what needs to be done. And police officers care and are very compassionate. They share of themselves and do their best to see everyone, including themselves and their partners, make it home safe at the end of the day. There are families across Australia today who have witnessed the worst nightmare of policing families coming true. The fear that the person our families know to be strong and dedicated could be so cruelly taken away. That there'd be a gaping wound open in the lives of those we love, and all that potential can be taken away so quickly. To Dr Judy McCrowes, Samantha McCrow and your families, to Sue Arnold, Hayley Arnold and James Arnold and your families, I share and see your grief and grieve with you. Your families have paid too high a price for the safety of the community, and the tragic loss of your loved ones will not be forgotten. I also acknowledge the grief of the community, and particularly the loss of Mr Alan Dare, a neighbour executed cruelly. To Kerry, Corey and Renee, I extend my deepest sympathies and condolences. Deputy Speaker, a horrific attack on the way of life all Australians hold near and dear has occurred, and the facts of this situation have played across the news over the last few days. And what we know now is the confronting situation that the police faced, being called out to what would be a routine job and then to be ambushed and killed in this way. It was just horrific. Deputy Speaker, Constable Matthew Arnold was sworn in as a police officer in March 2020, and Constable Rachel McCrow was sworn in as a police officer in June 2021. Both of them began their careers in the Dalby Division before moving to the Tara Police Station. Matthew was a triplet and brother to James and sister Hayley. He was a talented sportsman who proudly gave back to his school, St Lawrence's College. We just cannot imagine the pain that Sue Arnold and the rest of Matthew's family must be going through at this time. And Matthew was a proud, as I said, proud graduate of St Lawrence's College, graduating in 2013. He left the school with the Sportsman of the Year award, and yet continued to serve the school community as a coach to students since graduation. He exemplified giving back to the communities that cared for him. And I know and I understand he brought this compassion and community focus to his time as a serving police officer in Dalby and Tara. And Rachel McCrow understood at a personal level the great personal fulfilment that comes from serving others. Her mother, Dr Judy McCrow, is a dedicated nurse and passionate academic who's given so much to the community. And together with her sister Samantha, Rachel too was on the path of continuing that community service. A kind and supportive family member and friend, Rachel always stood resolutely and bravely for what she believed in and inspired others around her. I'm told that for Rachel, going above and beyond was normal, and she applied herself with such diligence and dedication as a police officer. She was warm and supportive and had all the skills that we need in the police who serve our community. And Rachel's humanity shone through as a police officer, and she gave so much of herself to get the very best results. And the grief that has poured forth from across the nation for Matthew and Rachel is a testament to the remarkable young police officers that they were. That their lives and their great promise have been cruelly cut short is a tragedy that no one should have to experience. And I know that everyone here in this place mourns for these lives cut short, mourning for the families who somehow must have to carry on. And Deputy Speaker, as a former Queensland police officer, I mourn for my former profession and for my colleagues. Two bright and dedicated Australians took up the role of police officers, and they brought their vigour, their life experience and their understanding of a new generation to the profession, and they aspired to serve their community. The loss of that opportunity for the Queensland Police and indeed for the Queensland community is another layer to the absolute tragedy that has occurred. And their loss is something that our whole wider police family mourns very intently. It's a miracle also that Constables Randall Kirk and Keely Brough survived this atrocity, and I think we are all overwhelmed and inspired by the actions they took in what was extremely difficult circumstances. Because, Deputy Speaker, make no mistake, this was an execution planned by calculated monsters. And in the face of that horror, Randall, Keely, Rachel and Matthew rose up and paid a terrible price. And the scars from this event will carry through the lives of the Queensland community, the Queensland Police and indeed across the nation for many years to come. I also want to acknowledge the 16 brave officers who rallied to protect the community and defend their colleagues. From what we know, the circumstances that greeted them were confronting and horrific, and these police did what needed to be done to keep each other and the community safe. I especially want to acknowledge Constable Keely Brough and the courage she displayed under the most difficult of circumstances. And we know that Keely desperately wanted to join the police service and worked incredibly hard to get there and join and serve. And in this situation, when faced with the brutal murderers and fearing for her own life by fire or a deadly rain of bullets, she was able to provide intelligence and relay information to her colleagues under those circumstances. And I want to acknowledge her actions and wish her a speedy recovery. In her first 8 weeks as a police officer, Keely has been faced with a huge adversity and has risen to the challenge in only those 8 weeks she's been in the police. And Deputy Speaker, Constable Randall Kirk was shot and his body impacted by shrapnel. I understand he's left hospital and has been reunited with his wife Brianna and their young daughter. And Randall and Brianna are expecting another child in January, and we wish them all the very best. Randall was shot and managed to make his way back to the car and get to safety. And like Keely, he continued to provide assistance and pass on information and raise the alarm with his colleagues. The pain that he must have been under is incomprehensible. And in the face of such adversity, he rose with such bravery to continue to do what was best for everyone involved. And Deputy Speaker, I also want to acknowledge everyone at the Queensland Police Union, and particularly President Ian Levers, and to everyone in the union for their ongoing support of their members, especially at this time. So, Deputy Speaker, in this place, we must continue to reflect on this tragedy, and we must be part of and indeed leading the mourning in our nation. We must never forget. We could never forget the sacrifices. We must never forget their families and the fundamental way that the families' lives have changed forever. We must always reflect after these instances and ensure that what must be done to prevent these tragedies happening. We have a duty to ensure an Australia that is safe from such extreme violence. And I pass on all of my condolences to the family and friends and to the wider police family. And I acknowledge all of the speakers here today. And I acknowledge everyone to continue to be mindful and reflective in the coming days.
I thank the member for Richmond. The question is the motion moved by the Prime Minister to be agreed to, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by acknowledging the contribution of those who have already spoken here today. There have been some incredibly moving contributions by members in this place, but in my view, none more moving than those members who have spoken and who have drawn on their experience as serving members previously of the police forces. So to them, I thank them for their contributions, but I thank them for their service. And I would like to say at the start, Deputy Speaker, that these people put their lives on the line every single shift, almost every single day. And I know that many of those people would take action during the times that they are officially off duty. These are the people that we call when the people across the road are beating each other up. They're the people that we call when our next-door neighbour's house has been broken into. They're the people that we call when there's been some sort of an accident and an emergency, and they turn up and they put in their absolute best to help other people. And for those, as a nation, we cannot be more grateful. Now, earlier this week, tragedy struck a small town in Western Queensland, and it shocked not only the people in those communities, but the communities right around Australia. What appeared to be a very routine call to check on the welfare of an individual ended in absolute tragedy. The police officers that turned up were really just out on a very routine call, doing their jobs. They went to work that morning and they never came home. To 26-year-old Constable Matthew Arnold and 29-year-old Constable Rachel McCrow, who lost their lives. They didn't deserve this. Their families didn't deserve this. These were two young people who were doing their jobs, who were going about their work. They did not deserve what happened to them that day at all. And their families deserve our support, not just now, but on an ongoing basis. To the 58-year-old neighbour, Alan Dare, who went next door to help a neighbour. He went there genuinely trying to help. He didn't come home either. And he was within days of celebrating a very significant anniversary. So to him, he didn't deserve exactly what he got for just reaching out to try to help a neighbour who he thought needed him. So my very heartfelt condolences go to his wife and to his family. And again, as a nation, we do thank him for doing his best to try and help someone else, and he will never, ever be forgotten for what he did to support people that he felt were in need and repaid him in an absolutely appalling manner. Today we pay tribute to Alan Dare, and we also pay tribute to the officers who lost their lives when they were out there doing their job and, in the course of their duty, protecting our community and keeping us all safe. And to them, I say that their sacrifice will never ever be forgotten, and to their families and to their friends, I also say to them, we will never forget them and their contribution. Now, as we have heard, not only here today, but through all of the reporting, there were two other police officers who bravely managed to escape the line of fire to raise the alarm with their colleagues. One of those was also shot. It's a very, very timely reminder for us of the risks that our first responders, in this case police officers, take when they enter circumstances and they are not expecting the outcome of being faced with a series of rifles, gunshots going their way. So a team of 4 Queensland police on that day attended the call-out, which was originally requested by New South Wales Police, and just 2 of those officers made it out that day, but were able to raise the alarm. To those 2 officers, 28-year-old Constable Randall Kirk, who was shot, and 28-year-old Constable Keely Bruff, their lives and the lives of their families and their friends will be changed in a way that very few of us in this place could imagine. Now, I recall hearing the words of the Queensland Police Commissioner, Katarina Carroll, shortly after the tragedy and after she had surveilled the open area where this tragedy unfolded. And she said those officers didn't stand a chance. And it seems as if that was very much the case. Now, the same evening, members of the Special Emergency Response Team, who specifically deal with high-risk incidents, killed the 3 armed offenders after a standoff that lasted for hours. Monday night's operation was the most high-profile engagement in that unit's history. Those officers entered into a crime scene where some of their police colleagues had been brutally executed, and they spent 6 hours trying to secure the area. And they did. And for them, I thank them for their efforts. To the families and the friends and the colleagues of all of those who have been impacted by the tragic loss of life, we send our thoughts to you. There are absolutely no words to convey how you must be feeling at this time, and you will carry that pain with you for years to come. I urge you, if you have been affected in any way, to take the time that you need to get the support that you need. I understand that the police family is banding together and providing as much support as they possibly can. And I know that there are mental health organisations such as Fortum Australia who are able to provide much needed support to our first responders. Now, I'm very acutely aware that the police investigations are underway. There's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of commentary about what contributed to the actions of the three individuals that, that chose to execute police officers and their neighbour. So I won't comment on that. I will allow the law enforcement agencies to do the work that they need to uncover the reasons behind this particular action. In my time as the Minister for Home Affairs, I had the opportunity to work very closely with the Australian Federal Police and to work very closely with some of their officers who I have enormous respect for and cannot thank them enough for the work that they do. They often have to pay a very heavy price, as we've just seen happen in Western Queensland, but each day that they go out to work, there is always that risk that they may not return home, and that is a big risk that they take to keep all of us safe. So I thank them, and I thank their families for everything that they have done to support us. I know from my various discussions with the Australian Federal Police Force Association that there is still work that we can all be doing to support our officers in the work that they need to do and the support that we need to provide to them. So I am determined to continue to advocate for more support and better conditions for those who serve our community in this way. We owe them a debt of gratitude, especially those who have paid the ultimate price for their service, such as what we have been speaking about today. Those individuals have paid such an enormous price, as have their families, and they deserve our support. So to the many police families across the nation, please know how much you are loved and appreciated by us, and I thank you for your service.
I thank the member for McPherson. The question is that the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. No one should ever have to go to work and not come home. No one. The atrocity that happened to 4 of our young, capable, dedicated police officers who had committed themselves to serve our community should never have happened like that. My heart aches for the 2 police officers and 1 member of public who have passed. My thoughts are with the officer who survived this tragedy, that will bear this burden and experience from the line of duty. For the families and friends and community of those impacted, I'm so sorry for your loss. This should have been a simple call out to seek for a missing person. I too have responded to this call many times during my service as a police officer. I will not speak the name of these animals that these officers were there to seek, as they do not deserve the acknowledgement in this House. But the sole fact that this act of murder was made on police officers doing their job and that of a concerned neighbour disgusts me. Life is precious. Cherish it and your loved ones. Today, I wish to pay my respect to those who have passed in this tragedy. To Constable McCrow and Constable Arnold, thank you for your service. May peace follow you in your next journey in life. To Ellen there, thank you for your concern for our brother and sister in blue may you rest in peace. To all my brother and sister in blue, I wish you all well. May you all be well, happy and peaceful. To all my brother and sister in blue, we all appreciate your service to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank the member for Tangi. The question is the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Queensland Police Constables Rachel McCrow, Matthew Arnold and civilian Mr Alan Dare. With honour, they served. Alan responded like any mate, any neighbour would, to check in, to see how his neighbour is travelling, see if they need a hand, and he was gunned down. He was set to have a wedding anniversary, his 26th wedding anniversary. Constables Rachel and Matthew killed in the line of duty. Police officers see tragedy every day on our roads, responding to incidents, but every morning they get up and put on their uniform to protect us, to look after us. These tragedies simply should not have occurred. There has been outcry and pause of people wanting to pay their respects to our slain police officers, as well as to Alan. In Townsville, many people went to the QPS headquarters there, as well as different police stations, to pay their respects, to say sorry for your loss. This shouldn't have occurred. Absolutely should not have occurred. And to all the police around the nation, thank you for everything you do. You keep us safe. You help us. You are there at public events. You are there when your community needs you. And we're there for you now, in this moment of absolute tragedy. I had a message from a lady in Townsville. She's known as Nanny Jan. Nanny Jan sent me a message about Constable Rachel McCrow. And Nanny Jan said, Rachel was a recruit here in Townsville that I had the pleasure of looking after at the lodge. I was employed as a caterer there and called her group of recruits my babies, which made them chuckle. Rachel was the one most turned to for guidance during their stay there. She would email the whole group to make sure they picked up their takeaway lunches if they wouldn't be returning for lunch. Amongst many other things, she was just pure class, as for a young woman went, and always presented herself in the best way. I remember hugging her when she had completed the course and saying, just keep safe. She was so proud and happy to have become a police officer. My heart just breaks for her family and all the recruits that trained with her. I know they'd be heartbroken. They were a very close, amazing group of young people. I'm blessed to have crossed paths with them. Love to them all, Nanny Jan. This is just one message out of many that I received, speaking about the constables who were killed, as well as Alan. This has deeply affected every single police jurisdiction here in Australia and in New Zealand. Tuesday was a day of mourning where people were walking in and out of QPS headquarters and police stations around the country, in tears, together, in solidarity. Those who have been to and involved in critical incidents can feel that true vulnerability and terror they would have felt. Our police officers' thoughts go to them. wishing to be with them at that time. That split second between life and death, that last stop, that's what the thin blue line is. Police, and specifically the QPS, will still go out on their jobs and have that feeling now of vulnerability, second-guessing. The tragic circumstances always happen when you least expect it, but that uniform, that means the world to our police, and in this vile act, has become a target. Police do this job because it's a calling, a want to help, a love for their community. I'm so sorry to the families of Rachel, Matthew and Alan. This tragedy has broken the hearts of all Australians. Thank you to the CERT team that responded in putting down hard these vile, vile scumbags who murdered our police officers as well as a civilian local. And let this serve as a warning to everyone who think ill or want to do ill to our police or to the civilian community. There will be a response. And there will be a response by highly trained, highly capable people that put the community first. And that will respond. It's a sad day. It's a sad day in Australia. And this day will be remembered. And I'm so sorry for the loss of the police, for your brother and sister, as well as a civilian that was also killed. Thank you.
So the question is that the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister. Member for you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is in mourning. Monstrous violence ripping Queenslanders from life and away from their families. 3 lives were taken without remorse, and 3 brave people are now deceased due to the actions of monsters. On behalf of my Lilley community on the north side of Brisbane, I rise today to pass on our deepest condolences to the loved ones of Constable Matthew Arnold, Constable Rachel McCrow and Alan Dare. For Matthew and Rachel, with honour they served, and for Matthew, Rachel and Alan and their families, we are so sorry. And while the worst of humanity was on display on Monday night, so too was incredible courage. Surviving constables Keely Brough and Randall Kirk showed rare bravery to help police find evil while injured themselves and while under attack. Bravery exhibited too by 16 Queenslanders, 16 members of the Special Force team who were shot at as they tried to retrieve the bodies and rescue Constable Brough. We run from danger, police run towards it. And these police officers, knowing that their colleagues had been brutally murdered, ran into danger and spent 6 hours securing the area, and we thank you. We would like to recognise their efforts, the efforts of their team, of the Queensland Police more broadly, and of all of the officers across the country today who continue to serve despite mourning their colleagues, their brothers and sisters in blue. I would particularly like to thank Sergeant Jodie Murray, who does a fantastic job representing the Queensland Police at our local community, and to all of the exceptional men and women at Boondall Police Station, Sandgate Police Station, Stafford Police Station, Castledine Police Station, Hendra Police Station, the Chermside Police Beat and the Rail Station Squad at Northgate. We owe all officers a debt of gratitude. When you go to work, you should be able to come home safe. We must not take for granted how dangerous a police officer's job is. Every day they put their lives on the line to protect ours. We must not forget the sacrifices made by Constable Arnold, Constable McCrow and by good neighbour Alan Dale. I thank the House.
Call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to honour the memories of Constable Matthew Arnold and Constable Rachel McCrow. I also acknowledge the death of Mr Alan Dare, a kind neighbour who attended what he thought was a neighbour in distress, killed by the same brutality that cut short the lives of Constable Arnold and McCrow. I know every member of this place will agree that it's a miracle that Constable Keely Brough and Constable Randall Kurt escaped this extreme act of violence with their lives. I want to pay my respects to Rachel's family and particularly to her mother, Dr Judith Crowe, and sister Samantha McCrow. I cannot fathom the grief that Judy, Samantha and the rest of Rachel's family are feeling at this difficult time. Similarly, I want to acknowledge and pay my respects to Matthew's mother, Sue Arnold, sister Hayley Arnold and their brother James Arnold. The loss of a son and a fellow triplet is a tragedy. The bonds that unite our families are so precious and their destruction is an unbreakable crime. Dedication and service are attributes that have fuelled Rachel and Matthew through life. And I'm not surprised to know that both of them were called to serve the community as police officers. Constable Arnold was sworn in March 2020 and Constable McCrow was sworn in June 2021. They both began their careers in the Dalby Division before moving to the Tara Police Station. Rachel McCrow graduated from Genesis Christian College in 2010 and has been described by her friends as who was the most determined to serve the community and work tirelessly for the people of Queensland. I acknowledge her service today and lament the outstanding career that was cruelly taken from her. Matthew Arnold graduated from St Lawrence College in 2013 and was a dedicated and talented athlete. Matthew was awarded the Sportsman of the Year award in 2013 and has continued to give back to the St Lawrence community as a coach since graduating. Each and every Australian who is drawn to serve our community as a police officer understands that there are risks associated with the work they do. However, what occurred on Monday the 12th of December 2022 stands as a stark reminder of the extreme risks police undertake every day for the peace and the well-being of our community. Rachel was kind and warm and she used her effervescent personality to connect with others to make people feel seen and heard. These are powerful attributes and ones that are essential in healthy police service. Matthew was compassionate and a dedicated man, and above all else, exemplified service. He was a devoted brother and a son who freely gave back to. Matthew brought his compassion to the work that he did every day as a police officer, and the outpouring of grief from the community of Tara recognises these attributes. Madam Speaker, the monster who committed these heinous crimes have taken from our community the types of people that we desperately need in policing. The people who will dedicate their lives to keeping our children, our streets and our communities safe. People who use their charisma and professionalism to reach across the divide that separate all of us and bridge the gap with professionalism and humanity. Everything I know about Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold says they fit the bill. They, along with Keely and Randall, were young police officers at the start of their careers undertaking vital services our regional communities need. The police service is the only 24-hour service that most communities in our regional centres have. And we don't have ambulance services overnight in the smaller communities, so they become the linchpins. People like Rachel, Matthew, Randall and Keely are the new faces that serve and protect our remote communities. They bring their training, their life experiences and their enthusiasm to communities and build relationships that last a lifetime. The impact of fresh faces and new lives in our regional communities is an injection of vigour. The history of Queensland is filled with stories of young constables who move to regional communities and bring their passion, their vigour and their new perspectives to enrich the lives of the communities of which they serve. Communities like Tara, Dalby and Chinchilla are better for the service of young men and women like Rachel, Matthew, Randall and Keely, and I join those communities who are in shock and grieving at this time. I want to acknowledge the amazing work that Ian Levers, the Queensland Police Union President, after being called back from a break that he was on, only having recently had an election for the police union presidency, was uncontested, evidence of the work that he does representing his members. And I want to acknowledge the advocacy that he and his team have done in keeping members of this parliament up to date with the proceedings as they've unfolded. It was harrowing to hear the brave Constable Randall Kirk and Constable Keely Bruff undertook in the line of duty. Both officers went above and beyond to support their colleagues in this horrific circumstance. And I want to acknowledge and echo the words of the Queensland Police Commissioner, Commissioner Katarina Carroll, and say that I'm extremely grateful that Keely and Randall escaped with their lives. And to the Commissioner Carroll, I ask that she'd pass on my appreciation to the tactical response team that neutralised the situation, an amazing task and heroes in the making. Keely's bravery is exceptional. As she hid from the psychopaths determined to kill her, she continued to relay intelligence and prepare herself for the end. I cannot comprehend the enormity of such a situation and the breadth of the emotion that must have fuelled Constable Bruff. Constable Bruff rose to the challenge and relied on her skills and tenacity to survive and support her colleagues. I want to acknowledge Constable Randall Kirk and wish him a speedy recovery. Randall was shot and managed to get away to his vehicle under heavy fire. Similar to Constable Bruff, Randall continued to assist his colleagues. Randall and his wife Brenda are young parents, and Madam Speaker, they're expecting their second child as early as January. I want to join with Constable Kirk in sending my prayer to the police families at this difficult time. Our community stands with police every single day, and in this place has provided the laws and the mechanisms to make our communities safer. State politicians can pass laws, but we rely on the bravery and dedication of each and every police officer to enforce those laws and to ensure that the community stays safe. Today in this place, we can speak words and shed tears. And today we remember and mourn the young lives full of promise that have tragically been cut short. We must not, in this place or as a nation, forget this tragedy. Each and every member of this place owes the memory of Matthew and Rachel and the dedication of Randall and Keely our attention and respect. In the months and years to come, we must remember this moment and protect those that protect us. And in closing, Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the local police men and women that serve in my electorate, particularly Sergeant Peter Boyce, my local senior sergeant, and the team that diligently work with him. I honour them as my local police establishments. I honour every police officer that serves, and with honour they serve.
I thank the member for Wright, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to join the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and all members to honour and pay tribute to the heroic Queensland police officers Constable Rachel McCrow, 29, and Constable Matthew Arnold, 26, who so tragically lost their young and promising lives when they were murdered in a siege on Monday. Sue Arnold, Matt's mother, said the words could not express her devastation and that he had been due home this week for a break. And Rachel was remembered as someone who volunteered to assist disadvantaged young people by helping them drive safely while she was herself training to become a police officer. I also wish to pay tribute to the brave Alan Dare, who put himself in harm's way to investigate a fire on his neighbour's property. He went to see how he could assist. Al's stepson Corey said that he often helped anyone and everyone, even at risk to himself, and he never asked for anything in return. The Queensland Police Union praised Al as, and I quote, just a good neighbour going out to do the right thing. And I want to pay tribute to those who survived this horrific incident, Constables Keely Brough and Randall Kirk, and to all the first responders who will live with this tragedy for the rest of their lives. Whether they wear the police blue, army green, the paramedics, the firefighters, or a uniform of any other colour, our first responders meet danger head-on at great risk to their own lives. I send my family and my community's deepest condolences to the families, children and loved ones of the victims. In its statement, the Northern Territory Police Association's President and the CEO, Paul McHugh, said, "Our hearts are breaking for our Queensland colleagues. This incident highlights the volatile, dangerous nature of policing and the bravery of every police officer who puts on their uniform every day, not knowing what they'll face." The Northern Territory Chief Minister, Natasha Files, said, "Our police put their lives on the line to protect us, not to be harmed." And the NT Minister for Police, Fire and Emergency Services, Kate Warden, rightly said that no one should lose their lives just for doing their job. I call on all members to support these families this Christmas. The Queensland Police Union has established a remembrance fund for Constable Matthew Arnold and Constable Rachel McCrow. There is also a GoFundMe page set up for Alan Dare's funeral. Those details are online, and I urge you all who can to make a contribution. Finally, thank you to all who serve and protect our community, and thank you in particular to their families. I wish you all a blessed Christmas with your loved ones. You are in our thoughts, in our prayers and in our hearts.
I thank the member for Solomon. The question is that the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My thoughts go out to those who've lost their lives. Constable Matthew Arnold, Constable Rachel McCrow and Alan Dare. We've seen in the days since this horrific tragedy how the loss of these lives has devastated the communities of Williambilla, Chinchilla and Tara. Those small and close-knit communities that are now reckoning with not just the loss of some of their own, but also trying to grapple with the shocking circumstances in which it occurred. My thoughts go out to those who knew and loved those killed on Monday, and also to Constables Keely Brough and Randall Kirk. Our community owes first responders a debt of thanks. Every day, the nation's paramedics, police, firefighters go into unpredictable and dangerous situations. And in this place, we often only reckon with that danger when tragedy occurs. The prospect of arriving at a missing persons call only to be met with gunfire is utterly gut-wrenching. Everyone deserves to be safe at work. And the bravery of Alan Dare must also be acknowledged. When he heard gunshots on his neighbour's property, he ran towards the danger in hopes of lending aid, despite the danger. And for this brave and selfless act, he lost his life. And while the exact circumstances of Monday are still being worked out, what we know so far is extremely worrying and points to a growing trend of extremism. In the last couple of years, we've seen the terrible impacts of conspiracy theories laid bare. In Melbourne, paramedics have been attacked because of disinformation about vaccines. And we've seen rallies opposed to the pandemic response bring a noose to the front of Parliament. While the more visible parts of the pandemic health response are now winding down, we continue to see some people push division based on disinformation and conspiracy. And while we know so far this tragedy appears to be another example of how this harms our community. In coming to grips with this shocking event and the horrific loss of life, my thoughts are with the victims' family, their families and the communities. And I hope it serves as a wake-up call to those who would sow the seeds of conspiracy and division.
Thank you, member for Melbourne. I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Late on Monday night, when my wife and I were reading about what had occurred on that property in Wyambilla, my first thoughts turned to that community. I know the area, having grown up in St George, that sort of small country Queensland town. As a kid growing up in St George, we used to go and play rugby league in Tara and Chinchilla, so the area between those two I know well. I've driven through there plenty of times. Tara was our closest opposition at only 280 kilometres away. And then later, when I worked as a lawyer, a lot of my clients were in that area. In fact, I'm sure I would have been the solicitor acting for a lot of the blocks in that area. If you know that country, it's tough country. Sandy country, cypress pines, pretty lean territory. I see that the member for Hinkler nodding over there. It breeds some tough people. But nevertheless, a small rural town where you know your neighbours, where you bump into each other at the local store. So later that night and then the next day, as more news came through around the specifics, my heart sank and my thoughts turned to the families and colleagues of the officers killed, those young constables, Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold. Rachel from the north side of Brisbane. I particularly want to mention Matthew from the south side. Attended St Lawrence's College, where my son just graduated from this year. His grandparents go to the same church as me at St Pius on the south side. So I think of all of the, and Matthew particularly as a triplet. Think of all of his siblings, those grieving families and friends, those young lives needlessly ended at just 26 and 29. They, along with Constables Randall Kirk and Keely Brough, were bravely just doing their job as police officers, as so many speakers have mentioned before, doing something that police do in communities all over Australia every single day. And often, I mean, this was strange that there were 4 people, 2 different, one car from Tara, one car from Chinchilla turning up at the same spot. So often, police officers in country Queensland are doing a job by themselves, one officer turning up to do this job. It just so happens that there were 4 turn up on this day, putting their lives on the line every day, every time they stop a car or turn up at a rural property. Police and their families know that when they leave home to start work, there is that possibility they may not return home. They know that, but still this is so tragic. And those 2 other officers, Constables Kirk and Brough, shot and shot at, who will for the rest of their lives have to deal with that of seeing their colleagues murdered, and also what they had to experience. I do say particularly, thank goodness that we weren't in the time of drought and that there was actually plenty of grass in that sandy country so that that young officer was able to find enough cover, even though they did try to burn her out of that area. I know that all police and their families are still in shock at what happened. Even just talking to the local police in Sunnybank yesterday, it really has touched the policing community, all of Australians in fact. It is the sort of incident we don't ever want to see in Australia, the stuff of a wacky Waco in the Wild West or some Mexican gang war, not a friendly Queensland bush. So with that in mind, I want to also thank the police who bravely turned up and contained and managed the subsequent operation while their comrades' blood was still soaking into the soil, turned up and ran towards the danger, and I thank them for their bravery. I can't imagine how that must have felt going out there in the helicopter, going into a situation like that after the deaths of 2 of their colleagues. The professionalism and dedication to their job is a credit to them and appreciated by all Australians. The names of Constable McCrow and Arnold will be remembered by Queensland Police and Queensland and Australians forever, and the tragedy of 2 young lives lost while at their work. But also, I want to mention Alan Dare, the Good Samaritan, the good neighbour, not someone with a weapon, just armed with what every Australian in the country has, which is to be a good neighbour, living on the neighbouring property. As I said, I know that area well. It is a lot of battlers move to that part of the world, maybe come from Western Sydney, maybe come from the western suburbs of Brisbane after looking for a second chance, perhaps after a marriage breakdown, these blockies, looking for a chance in life. I don't know Alan's story, but it sounds like he was still a great neighbour. Those reports of Alan being a good, responsible neighbour, wanting to check on the welfare of his neighbours when he noticed fires on the properties, as the member for Melbourne said, moving towards the danger when he heard the gunshots. That is the country, Ray, which is the true code of the West. Sadly, Alan didn't know the full extent of what was happening in his quiet part of Queensland. He didn't realise that a pocket of evil had come into his part of paradise. But all he would have been thinking was, I better go and check and make sure my neighbours are okay and see whether they need a hand, because this is what good people should do, what good people did do, and what good people will do again. But tragically for Alan and his loved ones, he was never able to return to them in his home after being murdered, shot in the back. What a dog act. He didn't get to celebrate his wedding anniversary. So, the last part of my speech, I want to particularly call out this rise that we're seeing in terms of conspiracy theorists and anti-vaxxers and sovereign citizens and the purveyors of hate and misinformation who cultivate some of these things. I'm not jumping to a conclusion saying this is what happened here, but I am seeing it on the rise, and I know people in the police service, people in the who work as magistrates tell me that there is a rise of this sort of misinformation. And I particularly, while I'm here in Canberra, in this building, call out the politicians who harvest mistrust as part of their business model, who go on Sky After Dark and dog whistle or dog trumpet these conspiracy theories. And these shadowy conspiracy theory groups who are actually praising these killers of police officers and encouraging others to take up arms. We need to shine a light on that behaviour. Remember that Hitchens razor, that what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So I urge the people that get in to start to go down these rabbit holes, instead go to your libraries. Don't do your own research. Have your information created by a professional, someone we call it a librarian. Look it up. Not by an algorithm that has clickbait outrage as a business model. I don't want the cookers and anti-vaxxers or sovereign citizens or conspiracy theorists. I know they're negative terms, but these are difficult times. I don't want them sentenced to jail or anything. I want them actually confined to their local libraries under the supervision of a good librarian who helps them find accurate information. Don't go down the rabbit hole, come out into the sunlight. It is where evil withers. And lastly, I particularly want to put on my record my condolences to the lives of the brave Constable Rachel McCrow and Constable Matthew Arnold and the kindly Alan Dare. May they rest in peace and their memories be cherished forever.
I thank the member for Moreton, and I call the member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Constable Matthew Arnold, 26, was sworn in as a police officer in just March 2020. Constable Rachel McCrow, 29, sworn in just last year in June 2021. Both started their careers in Dalby before being transferred to Tara. And as the member for Moreton has outlined, it's pretty tough country. In fact, it's pretty wild country. But no one ever thought that it was murderous country where such treachery would occur. To Alan Dare, 56, who responded in a way that pretty much everybody I know would have in regional Australia. They simply would have gone to have a look to see what was going on, to see if they could provide assistance, and it's as simple as that. Simply, you would not even give it a second thought. It's just what you do. It is your second nature. To Constable Randall Kirk, 28, who was shot in the leg and escaped. To Constable Keely Bruff, 28, who ran into the bush and hid and called for backup. She had only graduated 8 weeks ago. What a remarkable story and a remarkable response. Both of those are from Chinchilla Police Station. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to give a shout out to our colleagues in this place, to the member for Wide Bay, Lou O'Brien, for the member for Cowper, Pat Conahan, to the former Senator Barry O'Sullivan, of course to the former state member for Bundaberg, David Batt, and many others who I know who have served in the police force and end up in this place. And I know for them and for all of the police family, this is an incredibly difficult time, because for every single police officer, they know that this could be them. Today, tomorrow, next week, next year, it could be them. Their families know it could have been the call that they got. It could have been the call that they got. To my own father-in-law, has been gone for a long time, very long time, a lifer in the police force, one of their more troublesome children. And we know that simply the work that they do creates such challenges. PTSD, mental health, problems with the drink, all of those issues that happen at home because of their service to their state, to their country and to their community. And yet we know that for Constable Arnold and Constable McCrow, they will never get that opportunity. They will never go through those stages of life. For many of them, whether it's children, grandchildren, the tough times, the good times, the not-so-great times. Unfortunately, their life has been taken, and they will never get that experience. To Ian Levers, who is better known as a very straight shooter in Queensland, he is incredibly frank. I've had a number of discussions with him over the years, and he walked straight up to a microphone and called this for what it was. It was pure, cold-blooded murder. And it is a terrible reflection on our society that this has even happened. I mean, how could this happen? We need to do better. We all need to do better. So, to the two individuals who will never grow older, Madam Deputy Speaker, whose families will never have that experience with them over that period of time, we all go through difficult circumstances, but they will never even get that opportunity. And I think that is just such a terrible outcome. For all of the police in Tara and Chinchilla in Queensland, whether they're in the response forces, whether they're paramedics, whether they responded, we know they will see this into the future on many nights, many nights. But it is a police force now which has such a better service, such better support, such better opportunities for the people who serve to manage those difficult issues. I had the great good fortune to do some training with the police service many years ago. And the piece that stuck with me was not about investigation techniques, which I still recall. It was the police psychologist who said every single one of them is a bucket that slowly fills, and eventually you will spill over. And they've got to manage those challenges. And I know even for our serving members in this place who've come from the police force, it's a very difficult job to do, to run into danger, to deal with such incredibly hard and tough decisions. And along the lines of the contribution of the member for Moreton, I do want to talk about the impacts of social media. Now, there will be significant investigations into this tragedy, and I'm not reflecting in any way on the particular circumstances that have happened near Tara this week. But quite simply, disinformation, fake news, and most particularly anonymous accounts. We cannot let these continue. The idea that you can go online and be anonymous and say whatever you want, that's not free speech. This is your real life. It is where you now live. It is not something for which you should be protected. If you want to have something to say, you're welcome to say whatever you like, but you should have your name next to it. And it impacts our entire society, from young children who get harassed all the way through to adults, to businesses, to individuals that use it to influence people in a particular direction. Well, I think it reflects poorly on all of us that we have not managed to deal with fake accounts on social media. We should once again stand up to the Facebooks, the Twitters, the Instagrams of the world and tell them it is not acceptable. This is where we live. It is our real life. It's not part of some fake universe. It has direct impacts, and those impacts in a lot of cases have terrible outcomes. And I think it's something that we should focus on, both sides of the parliament, and it's to my great disappointment that when we were in government we did not fix this. And it wasn't for a lack of trying, I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker. But to come back to the condolence, to all of our police force, to all of our police families, to their families, we know that you serve with great honour. We know that our society, in many cases, do not treat you with the respect that you deserve, but know that the overwhelming majority of the Australian community stands with you. They stand with you. And whilst in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, words are all we have. Words are never enough, but it is what we can contribute. Vale to those two officers Vale to Alan Dare. Thank you to those who are injured. May you rest in peace.
I thank the member for Hinkler and I call the Honourable Minister, the member for Sydney.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I join the Parliament today in honouring the memory of 3 brave Australians, Constable Rachel McCrow, Constable Matthew Arnold and Alan Dare from Weambla, Queensland. Our hearts go out to all of those who mourn this terrible loss, the families and loved ones who have lost a piece of their heart, the friends who are grieving their beloved mates, everybody in the communities around Chinchilla and Tara who've been shaken by this awful atrocity, and so many Australians in every part of Australia. I particularly want to acknowledge the constituents of the member for Maranoa. He spoke very movingly about the people in the community that he represents that are affected by this tragedy, and I hope that he will convey to his electorate, to the people that he represents, the feelings of the whole of this parliament about the senseless loss of life that has just occurred. Rachel McCrow, Matthew Arnold and Alan Dare were killed in cold blood, without warning, without reason, without mercy, and well before their time. The police officers who arrived at the farm were doing their job on a very ordinary Monday afternoon, chasing up a missing person case. Few concerns expressed about someone who'd been out of contact, very routine sort of visit. They were ambushed by cowards while serving in the line of duty. As the President of the Queensland Police Association said afterwards, they didn't know what was coming. Police officers understand danger. They know they work in a hazardous profession, that every room they walk into carries some risk. Sometimes that risk is physical, sometimes it's psychological. You know, the work that is done by the police officers investigating child abuse online or sexual assaults, murders, the worst of human behaviour. The risks are both physical and psychological. But really no one should expect something like this on a standard Monday afternoon at work, something so senseless, especially when they were just going to help, doing a welfare check, just going to help. Constable McCrow and Constable Arnold were at the start of what should have been very long careers. They were popular in the community, popular with the kids in the local schools who could see that they were good people with kind hearts. They were taken down in the primes of their life with so much left to give, so much left to do, and with so much love in their lives. I want to acknowledge the other officers who attended the scene, Constable Keely Brough and Constable Randall Kirk. Of course, they were taken to hospital with injuries and are also victims of this tragedy who should be remembered. I'm sure that their injuries will last well beyond the time they spend in hospital for many years to come, and that's true of everybody who has attended the scene of this crime. I also very much want to honour the memory of Alan Dare. We raise our kids to help. You know, we think that of ourselves, that if we have the opportunity to help, we should do it. Alan Dare was a good Samaritan who saw smoke across his property and whose first thought was, I need to go there because maybe someone needs my help. As his family remembered, Alan was someone who would assist anyone and everyone and who would never ask for anything in return. According to his stepson, who said he went to help the neighbours because he thought there was a fire and he heard bangs, maybe the house was on fire. There is something so particularly cruel about Alan Dare's death, an act of kindness met with an act of depravity. May the memory of his goodness outlive any infamy attained by the extremists who killed him. In my electorate, there's an auditorium with a basketball court, and it's named for Peter Forsyth, who was a police officer killed in Ultimo. Absolutely standard part of his day. He stopped a suspected drug dealer. He lost his life in 1998, and every time I walk past that auditorium, which is almost every weekend, I think of Peter Forsyth and his family and think about their lives now, still missing their loved one. If you look at the National Police honour roll, you'll see these faces, so many of them so young, police officers who have died far too early while serving their country and serving their community, face after face after face, representing family after family after family, community after community. Especially as we approach Christmas, we think about them and their families and the empty place at those tables, families missing their loved ones. I join all Australians in remembering all of those lost in the line of duty, and in particular the three courageous citizens that we remember today: Constable Rachel McCrow, Constable Matthew Arnold and Alan Dare. A few others have pointed out that in the very nature of police work and other first responders, it is in the nature of their work that they run towards the danger that we all run from. And it reminds me of the Bruce Springsteen song Into the Fire that Bruce Springsteen wrote about the firefighters who ran into the World Trade Center after the 9/11 attacks. He wrote, "May your strength give us strength. May your faith give us faith. May your hope give us hope. May your love give us love. I need you near, but love and duty called you someplace higher." I think about those words in respect of these tragic deaths. May they rest in eternal peace.
I thank the Minister. I call the Honourable Minister, the Member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I too rise here in this place to give the condolences of myself, of my family and indeed all of the constituents that I represent in the electorate of Cowan on the tragic loss of Constable Matthew Arnold, Constable Rachel McCrow and Alan Dare. Indeed, Speaker, all of Australia is shocked and saddened by this absolute tragedy. And I know that for police families, the pain of this tragedy will be particularly acutely felt. Speaker, we are in a police family ourselves. My husband, David, was a police officer for many years, and my stepdaughter, Tiana, and her partner, Mackenzie, only just this year graduated from the Police Academy in Western Australia, and they're now policing together in Carnarvon. And they are the same age as Constable Rachel McCrow, the same age. And like Constable Rachel McCrow, when they graduated and left the academy and took on their first job at the station in Carnarvon, they were filled with hope, filled with pride, and filled with passion. Passion for their work as police officers to serve and to protect their community and to serve their community. And indeed, I remember that day that they graduated and attending the graduation ceremony up at the WA Police Academy. And apart from my husband beaming with pride that his daughter was following in his footsteps as a police officer, the pride on each and every one of those graduates, on the faces of each and every one of those graduates that day, and on the faces of their families that day, was something to be seen. Was something to be seen. You could feel it. You could feel it. You could feel it in the air. It was palpable. You could touch it. That these young people, many of them young people, had chosen a career where they put their lives on the line each and every day in order to serve and to protect the community is something really quite extraordinary. Really quite extraordinary, as well as being very inspiring, I must say, Speaker. And so I know that for families out there who are policing families, they will have seen this tragedy, and like us, they would have thought, what if that was my daughter or if that was my son? In the same way that we held each other and thought, but didn't quite speak the words, but we knew that we were both thinking, what if that was Tiana and Mackenzie? Same age as Rachel McCrow, probably graduated at the same time. Speaker, some other members today have commented about this, and I think it's worthy to also comment that this is a sad but very timely reminder about how vigilant we have to be about violent extremism and the rise of violent extremism in Australia, and how important it is that we are able to identify individuals who are down that path towards violent extremism, who are becoming operative, and to intervene. Like many Australians, I've been reading the reports coming out and some of the coverage on the backstory of these perpetrators, whose name shall not be spoken. And it's very clear to me, as somebody who was a professor in this field and who studied this field, that their trajectories were very typical of a trajectory to violent extremism. Human behaviour is quite simple, really, and human behaviour is actually quite predictable. And there are warning signs. And from the reports that I've read, there were warning signs with these perpetrators. There are warning signs. We have to get better at recognising those warning signs. We have to get better at intervening early. We have to get better at early identification. And we, all of us, have to take more seriously the warnings that our security agencies have been giving us about the rise of violent extremism in this country. But on a final note, I just want to again reiterate just how deeply this tragedy, this loss of 3 lives, 2 very young lives, Constable Matthew Arnold, just 26, Constable Rachel McCrow, just 29, and Alan Dare, who valiantly, as the member for Sydney mentioned, who valiantly ran towards danger, being a good neighbour, a good Samaritan, that those 3 names will live on in our memories. Those 3 names will live on in our memories. They are more than just statistics. They are more than just numbers. We will remember them, and we will remember them for the courage that they showed, for the bravery that they demonstrated, and for the tragic way in which their lives were drastically cut short. May they all rest in peace.
I thank the member for Cowan. The member for Wannon has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I join in all those who have spoken on this resolution and join with them in paying my respects to Constable Rachel McCrow and Constable Matthew Arnold, and to Alan Dare, and also to all of those who have expressed their commendation to Keely Brough and Constable Randall Kirk for the bravery that they showed in standing up to this evil. Can I, in particular, pay respect to the Leader of the Opposition for his fine words on this motion? What came through to me from the Leader of the Opposition's words was very much that of someone who had been part of the police family, and the emotion that he showed, and I think that the deep sorrow that you could see that he felt, as all of us feel, was very much because he has been part of that police family. And I think anyone who has been a member of a family that have suffered grief and loss, the sorrow is immeasurable, unquantifiable, and I think we saw that from the Leader of the Opposition. And can I just say to him, thank you for your fine words in this Parliament today. Can I also say, as someone who grew up on a farm, that I know Manny Allendairs, and the way that he responded fits a pattern that I've seen so often of those people on the land reaching out and doing what they think is their duty, and that is to go to help those who are in need, whether it be through fire or anything else. And to Allendair, and thank you for what you did, and my deepest sorrow to you and your family, because you did what many people on the land just do out of absolute natural instinct, and that is to go to help and support others. To the two constables who were there and have survived, my deepest appreciation for what you did, the bravery that you showed, and also for the healing that will be required for both of you in being able to come to terms with what happened. And can I just say, and I'm sure I speak for everyone in this Parliament, that we stand with you in making sure that you understand that what you did demonstrated the utmost bravery, and that you will be with our thoughts and with our prayers as you recover from this evil act that you have witnessed. To all those who've had to respond, our thoughts and prayers are with you. There is no crime scene that I think any of us would want to have to go to take the evidence and to deal with the scene. And to those who have had to do that, thank you for what you do. For the country communities that have been impacted on this, Tara, Williambilla, our thoughts are with you. And as someone who represents small country communities, I know that this evil will bind you together and make you stronger. And the stories of how you're already coming together is quite inspirational. And I'm sure that you will continue to be there to support the families, to support the police going forward, because that's what small country communities do. And I have no doubt that this will make you stronger, and we're very grateful for that great aspect that country communities have in that regard. And I say to the police that look after all the communities in my electorate, thank you. I know some of you personally, some of you I have the great pleasure to call friends, and I've been thinking of you over these last few days because you go about your jobs in just a normal fashion like all of us go about our jobs, but you do put your lives on the line every day to keep our communities safe. And it's times like these where I think we do all need to say thank you for your service, thank you for the duty that you carry out. And as a community, and I'm sure I can say this on behalf of all the communities in my electorate, thank you for keeping us safe, and thank you for being prepared to put yourself on the front line in service of our local communities. Deputy Speaker, at times of grief like this, it's very hard to understand how you can make anything of it other than to be absolutely appalled at what has occurred and at the evil that has taken place. But we do have to learn from incidents like these. We do have to make sure that we're doing everything we can as a society to stop them happening and to make sure such evil and hatred cannot continue in our communities, and that's a battle that obviously needs to be waged over a period of time, but we've also got to make sure that we stand with those communities that have been impacted by this and make sure that we support them for the medium and the long term to ensure that they have what they require to get through this. They will come together, these small communities, and they will obviously be brought together, and that will strengthen them, but we still also have to make sure we're there to support them. And we've got to make sure that these lives are remembered, because those who do put themselves on the line of duty do so with a sense of selflessness that we do need to recognise. And we've got to make sure that the losses that have occurred here of 3 lives, 2 of them in their 20s, are remembered, because it is absolutely vital that we do. Because if we don't remember them, if we don't remember their duty, then we do them the gravest disservice that we could possibly do to them. And the memorial to the police here in Canberra is a great way for us to do that. But I think also what we need to be doing, each and every one of us in this nation, is whenever we see police officers who are out on the beat doing their bit to keep us safe, say hello, acknowledge them and thank them for what they're doing. And in that way, in a small part, we're also thanking Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold for what they did and their service. And then when you come across someone who is going beyond the call of duty to help and support someone, thank them and make sure you stop and acknowledge it, because in that way you'll be playing a little part in remembering the great legacy of Alan Dare, that farmer who went to help others, and also will be helping to support Keely Brough and Randall Kirk for their bravery, and will be helping their recovery. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for one. Calls the Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All of those that opinion say aye, those against no. I think the ayes have it. In accordance with the resolution agreed to today, the order of the day stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further debate. The House is suspended until the ringing of the bells.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to early today, the House stands adjourned until Monday, 6th of February 2023 at 10 a.m.
See you Thursday, Mum.